Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Public Accountability Commission's inquiry into the appointment of Mr John Barilaro as Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner to the Americas. The inquiry is examining the circumstances leading up to the appointment, including the processes of probity and integrity measures that were undertaken. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay any respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, you can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. So today we'll be hearing from one witness, Ms Amy Brown, Secretary of the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, and also the Chief Executive Officer of Investment New South Wales. I thank Ms Brown for again making the time to give evidence to this inquiry. Ms Brown, as you have appeared as a witness previously in this inquiry, you are able to appear today under your former oath. However, could you please state your full name and position title for the transcript?
Amy Louise Brown, Secretary of the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade and CEO of Investment New South Wales.
Thank you, Ms Brown. Would you like to start by making a short statement?
I will make a statement, please, Chair. It's not particularly long.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to appear for the second time as a witness in this inquiry. This hearing is an opportunity to clarify some of the evidence I gave on 29th of June and answer any questions you may have since further documents have been provided. Regarding my previous evidence, I'd like to emphasise that I share the committee's disappointment that the in-camera evidence I gave was disclosed to the media. That evidence was sensitive and my intention was to protect the professional reputation of the individuals discussed. The unauthorised disclosure was a serious breach of trust and has caused me much distress. I agree that it risks compromising the integrity of the committee system and the public interest. On issues of substance, I want to reiterate my previous evidence that by the end of the first recruitment process, no suitable candidate had been found. The first process was launched on 2nd of April 2021. Shortlisted candidates were interviewed on 21 July 2021. By 4th of August 2021, each member of the interview panel had signed a report recommending one candidate as suitable for the role of Stick Americas and talent pooling another. While Ms West was the successful candidate at that stage, there are still some steps that need to occur before a recruitment process is complete. Those have been detailed in other evidence. Between 11th of August 2021, when the Premier and 3 ministers received briefs reflecting the outcome of the interview process, and 1 October 2021, when I, as hiring manager, determined that the full recruitment process was closed, a number of factors had changed. That resulted in both Ms West and the other candidate being determined by me alone to be no longer suitable. Those factors include 1, the 27 September 2021 decision of government to change the basis of appointment of sticks from public servants to ministerial appointments meant that I needed to close the recruitment process currently underway and still subject to contract. Two, with respect to Ms West, from mid-September I began to be made aware of serious performance issues that would likely result in a need to have her performance managed. On that basis, it would be unwise to appoint her to an overseas role, as I would need to be confident that these issues would not continue. And number three, while it was the selection panel's clear intention to talent pool a candidate other than Ms West, to keep the option open should he be appropriate for another overseas trade employee role in New South Wales Government in the future, because the process was ceased, he was never formally put on a public sector talent pool, and regardless, I had nevertheless determined that he wasn't suitable for this role. As such, by the end of the first recruitment process, no suitable candidate had been found, and on 3 October 2021, I emailed NGS Global informing them that the recruitment process should be closed. Finally, much of the reporting has been around the engagement I had with Minister Ayres on the second recruitment process, which ultimately led to the appointment of Mr Barilaro. As is customary with high-profile, external-facing Band 3 senior executive roles, informal opinions of the responsible minister are often sought. For the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners, from 27 September 2021 onwards, I thought it prudent to have a degree of confidence that appointees would be capable of transitioning into a ministerial appointment regime if the change was eventually implemented. Any conversations I had with Minister Ayres were therefore, to a degree, influential on my decision. But in my view, it did not amount to undue influence because at all times I felt that the decision was mine, ultimately mine to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to questions from the opposition, starting with Mr Mookie.
Thank you, Chair. And just Secretary Brown, thank you for your appearance. And can I just ask to just convey, I understand that you've appeared again for a second time at very short notice, and we do appreciate that.
Thank you.
And equally, just so I know a lot of people in your department have been working very hard to produce documents for the purposes of this inquiry, and we just want to take the opportunity to thank them too, if you don't mind.
We appreciate that.
Thank you. Secretary Brown, first question, do you mind pushing your microphone forward?
Yeah, it does sound
Thank
good.
you.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Pull it forward.
Secretary Brown, in the earlier hearing, we had the opportunity to, I guess, speak pretty extensively about the first process.
Sure.
If you don't mind, I think there's obviously matters we'll need to return to, but I think we should probably just start from the second process, if you don't mind, as well. I just want to ask you, at first instance, do you recall having a conversation in the morning of Tuesday the 12th of October 2021 with Minister Ayres?
Yes, I do.
What was the purpose of that discussion?
So, for context, on the 5th of October 2021, Minister Ayres became the portfolio minister with respect to trade investment matters, and 12th of October 2021 was our first kind of more in-depth catch-up on what that would mean, particularly in light of the rollout of the international network and the processes that were currently underway to put senior trade and investment commissioners in post. In particular, Cabinet had made a decision on 27th of September to convert the public service recruitment processes into ministerial appointments. So this was my first check-in with him on what his thinking on that would be, particularly in light of the fact that we'd announced the trade statement that set ambitious targets for trade in particular in New South Wales, and I knew that it was important to him to see the international rollout proceed without delay.
Okay. Just to shed a bit of light on, I guess, that conversation, was that an in-person conversation?
Yes.
Was it a meeting?
Yes, we had catch-ups fairly frequently.
And so was presumably this a meeting in the department, or was it in his office, or?
We tended to meet in his office, usually in his boardroom, occasionally in his office, but less so.
And who
can you
attended?
recall where this meeting occurred, though?
I can't,
On the 12th
sorry.
of October, thank you.
Do you happen to recall who else was at the meeting?
I think it was just a one-to-one catch-up from memory.
Okay. And this is taking place approximately a week after he becomes the Trade Minister, correct?
Approximately, yeah.
Yes. And it's really to start operationalising the matters in this portfolio that are relevant to the appointment of stick positions. Is that an accurate way of describing it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall discussing the India and Singapore positions?
Yes.
Do you recall what the minister said to you about those positions?
So the minister had, he hadn't met with the preferred candidates for stick India and the Middle East or stick ASEAN, but he said by all accounts they were respected business people, and it sounded like I had run a good process that yielded excellent candidates. And bearing in mind that at this point these positions were to be converted into ministerial appointments, the interpretation that I took from the conversation is that those were two individuals that he would see capable of essentially being grandfathered or transitioned into the new regime, which was to be approved by ministers.
Okay, so it's fair to say he was supportive of the India and Singapore positions to be filled by the preferred applicants as public servants as planned?
Yes, using the GSE mechanism to put them in place, that's correct.
Okay. Can I just please table a document that's, and provide to the witness if that's possible? I think a copy will be made available to the government. Courtney, do you mind giving them a copy?
Sure. Take the Hughes version.
Yeah. Sorry, apologies for that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, it's over here now.
Yeah.
No, that's...
And look, if it's the case, we'd be very content to tender the other bundle now and provide that to the witness, which is in the folder that I provided to the Committee Secretariat. And I believe copies have already, the Secretariat has prepared copies for the government and the Chair, which I'm hoping you have. But thank you. Sorry, thank you, Secretary. Can we just return to the meeting? We've established India and Singapore, and at this point in the process, India and Singapore have not yet filled, nor is China and America. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you just repeat? India and Singapore are not yet
Filled as of the 12th of
yes,
October?
That's right. Yep.
Nor is the Americas position or the Greater China position. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yep.
Was there a discussion had at that meeting about the Americas position?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And can you take us through that discussion? What did the minister say?
Certainly. My recollection is that once we had discussed India, Middle East and ASEAN, I said, okay, about the Americas, there are a few factors that I wanted him to be aware of before we decided how to proceed. Number one is that we weren't able to employ not only a stick, but anyone in the Americas for the foreseeable future until we'd resolved the tax issue that I talked about in my last evidence. So we weren't able to put a contract on the table for anyone just yet. I didn't go into any particular detail about some of the performance issues I was starting to become aware of with regard to Ms West. That was more conversations I was having with her team, as at that point they were directly reporting to me because she was on extended leave. I may have mentioned in passing that I did have a few concerns, but I said, well, in light of the fact that we can't offer anyone the job for some time, is it your view that we should keep that recruitment process closed and reopen it at another time?
What you said?
Future.
So that's what you said, correct, Secretary?
I suggested that, yes.
Okay, and what did the minister say?
He agreed.
So the minister, this email, I've just provided you an email which is dated the 12th of October 2021, which is at 1 o'clock. I presume the conversation you had with the minister was that morning, so it's before 1 o'clock?
Sounds right, yes.
And presumably you've then relayed the conversations to your
Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff, who, look, I won't mention the name, I'll just refer to her by title.
Thank you.
As well. And she then communicates this to, I think, at this point, your General Counsel, as well as, I think at this point, the Managing Director of Trade. Is that fair?
At that point, they were Executive Director of Trade and International.
And so to be clear here, it says the Minister would like the New York post be left vacant for now.
Yeah.
And it's just the way in which this is related makes it clear that it seems as though that was the Minister's decision.
It was my decision, but Given on the 27th of September, the government had made a decision to convert these into ministerial appointments. At that point, the minister's preferences were very much taken on board because these were on the pathway to being ministerial positions. So in that sense, it was my decision, but it very much took into account the views of the minister.
The views of the minister and the preference of the minister, that'd be fair to say.
That's accurate.
So, do you mind if I ask you, Secretary, there, just to elaborate when you say the views of the minister, were those views presented to you strongly?
I wouldn't necessarily characterise them as strongly. It was as part of a conversation between two individuals.
What I'm trying to understand here is that I accept that there were issues to do with the establishment of the New York position, namely to do with the tax status, I think, and I think at that point you were still in the process of incorporating companies under US law, were you not?
That's right.
But that was already clear that there was a clear pathway to have those two issues resolved before the end of the year, that's correct?
We weren't sure of the precise timing of when they'd be resolved, but they were resolved by mid-December, so you're correct that they were resolvable.
And certainly similar issues at the time, logistical and administrative arrangements applied to the India and Singapore positions, correct?
Less so. The tax issues weren't
India and
pervasive
Singapore
in
were
those
ahead of the
jurisdictions.
process, but there were still issues outstanding in respect to the administrative arrangements surrounding the India and Singapore positions, were there not?
Nothing that prevented us from putting a contract on the table and negotiating those contracts.
Yes. But equally, in respect to, if you just read down the fourth point,
Yes.
it says here China is good to go, as it's been with the extension of, I don't know who that is, but I presume that's the incumbent person.
The person who's already in country.
Yep, but that wasn't the person who ends up being the stick commissioner.
That's right. They were the interim stick, so to speak, because they were already in country and it made sense to keep them as head of the office.
It's just another example of the America's position being put on a slightly separate path. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that took place after the minister expressed a very clear preference to you?
Preference that we did not fill the New York role. I think it was a pragmatic piece of advice from me that we couldn't fill the role for some time, and his response was, well, then it makes sense to keep it vacant.
And can you recall any other words the minister used in expressing that preference, thinking back to that meeting?
I think we both concluded that, given everything that had happened, it would be sensible to go back to market when we were ready to put a contract on the table and when we could take stock of where things were at.
You're describing the conclusion. I'm just asking, can you recall any of the words the minister used in expressing his preference?
Only that it would be sensible to keep it vacant.
Thank you.
But presumably you put some weight in the minister's view?
Yes, I did.
And that's because he's your minister?
Two reasons. He's the minister, and government had made a decision to, at some time, convert them to ministerial appointments. So I didn't want to put anyone in place that was likely to be unwound when they were made ministerial appointments, because that would be a waste of taxpayer dollars and a big inconvenience to that person and us.
Secretary Brown, the issue that I'm struggling to reconcile, if you are able to shed some light on, is that in your earlier evidence that you gave to us last time, I think you made the point that at perhaps the meeting which took place on the 5th, there was a discussion around with the minister in which the minister left a clear impression that converting to ministerial positions was not a priority, but there were other issues. And so what I'm trying to understand is, if in the first meeting that you have with the minister after he becomes minister, which is around the 5th, he's saying to you that, look, we've got other things to do, and therefore maybe we're not going to rush the conversion of the positions to ministerial positions, therefore get working on the legislation, but it's not a priority.
Yeah, I understand the question.
So if that's said on the 5th, how is it the case on the 12th the minister is using that rationale of it's likely to be converted as a reason for delay?
So I believe I would need to check my other evidence, and I'll do so if it becomes material. But I didn't have this conversation with the minister on the day he came in as the incoming portfolio minister. I believe the first proper conversation we had about it was on the 12th. And just to go to your question, though, it wasn't necessarily that we had other priorities, so we should not get on with drafting the legislation. It's that rolling out the international network was such a priority, we didn't want to delay. And so where we had two good candidates that he had confidence in, it made sense to put them in, because even when, at some point, they were converted to ministerial appointments, then their appointment would likely to be transitioned in.
Okay, do you have your transcript in front of you?
I do.
I think if it's on page 20.
Okay. 20. Okay.
In which I think you are shedding some light. I think you also mention it equally elsewhere in your evidence, but I think the first time you mentioned we have this discussion, you say, I'm not going to ask you to follow up, and just to draw your attention to that's the fact that we discussed this there. And you see on page 20, I ask you, 5th of October 1, did you form a minister, the verbal office to be made? Yeah. And then I think there's over the page, there is some discussion about, maybe it's on page 27, there is some discussion about the fact that there are other administrative requirements getting in the way. But to be very clear here, on the 12th of October, which is within a week, it's fair to say that the minister was paying close interest in the evolution of these particular positions, including the Americas position?
That is fair characterisation.
And this is all taking place after a cabinet submission is treated in some form on the 27th of September?
Correct.
And at this point, it's because rolling out the global New South Wales network is a priority for the minister?
Yes.
But it's not, this isn't sort of top-line detail. This is quite specific information you're providing here. In the very first meeting you're having with the minister, you're talking about pretty intricate matters of US law, are you not?
I wouldn't have provided him with all the detail on the tax structuring. But I had candidates waiting in the wings, so to speak, who were needing to make big decisions about resigning from other jobs, getting ready to move families. So I really needed to act decisively as soon as I had a new minister for the portfolio, so to speak, which is why I wanted his view very quickly.
And he was happy to give you that view?
Yes.
Fair enough. And did that essentially establish the pattern of the relationship you then had with the minister about the Americas position, in which you would go into some detail about what was going on?
I think at a broad level, that's a fair characterisation.
And is it the case that that pattern effectively continued onwards throughout the entire tenure of Minister Ayres as minister?
It's hard for me to speak to every interaction over such a long period, but for me, I would characterise it as saying there were various intersection points between me as Secretary and the Minister on matters of appointment of the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners.
What was it? Particularly Senior Trade and Investment Commissioners Americas?
Amongst others, but yes.
What would you characterise as those key intersection points?
Well, I keep going back to this, but it really is important because it's what driving my thinking, and that is that there was a decision of the government to make the ministerial appointments. I never saw a written decision to reverse that.
Sorry, you never saw a written decision to reverse that?
Correct.
So to this day, you are sorry to interrupt you, Secretary, but it
Important
was
point.
kind of. But you're sitting here now, and it is still the case, to the best of your knowledge, these America's position and the other positions are to be converted to ministerial appointments.
It's a matter for the government.
Yep.
I, as Secretary, have never had visibility of a written decision or a formal decision to reverse the decision that occurred on 27th of September. So in my mind, at a point when the responsible minister and his colleagues choose to implement the 27 September decision, they would be converted into statutory appointments or some form of ministerial appointment.
But just to be clear, the Cabinet had made a decision to make them ministerial appointments. You were proceeding on that basis, yet Minister Ayres has gone out of his way to keep them as public service appointments throughout this process. And there's been no clarity for you as the Secretary about how this was to occur.
I think that's if you're talking about clarity as a kind of formal instruction,
Yes.
then I would agree with that statement.
And so if these were to be, if you were to move to fill these positions, to fill the Stick America's position tomorrow, do you believe that it would be a ministerial appointment?
That technically is not the case because legislation hasn't been drafted or passed, which is why we were in this very strange area where technically we were using the Government Sector Employment Act, but one day they could become ministerial appointments.
But curiously, you've got, I mean, really what's happening here is that Minister Ayres is ignoring a Cabinet decision to set out a process for the appointment of the Stick Americas.
It's a matter for him.
Secretary, but doesn't this put you and your department in a really difficult position?
Yes.
And isn't it the case, just reading through many of the documents, it's clearly the case that the department is struggling to reconcile what Cabinet has decided with what the Minister is telling you. Is that fair?
Yes, I mean, it was even a struggle for me to get straight in my head as to the level of, because I was clear that at that moment in time they were Government Sector Employment Act appointments because there had never been an instrument to change them, I knew that I was the decision maker. But there are two layers to that. There's the fact that they could transition at some point. It's difficult to articulate, but that creates an uncertainty, despite the fact that I'm the decision maker. You don't want to then make a decision that will then be reversed in 5 minutes or longer time and cost taxpayers money. But it also confused my organisation because we're a big organisation, and so these messages had to cascade accurately through the organisation. Very hard to do. I mean, the investment part of my organisation is 400 people or thereabouts, and so for these messages to cascade accurately is really challenging, and so that's why there was a lot of confusion, which you've probably seen in various emails from my staff.
Thank you. Ms Brown, so then the second recruitment process started. Who was on the second selection panel?
Second selection panel was, I was the panel lead. Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong one, beg your pardon. I was still the panel lead. My panel members were Kylie Bell, who at that time was Acting Managing Director, Trade and International, Katharina Lowe, who is the New South Wales Public Service Commissioner, Warwick Smith, who is the independent expert, and the additional member or scribe, depending on how you would like to characterise it, is Marianne Broadbent, who is the Managing Partner of NGS Global.
Yes, so just talk us through I understand you had interviews on the 15th of March 2022, is that correct, for the second round in which Mr Barilaro was interviewed?
Correct.
So with assessing candidates against the New South Wales Public Sector Capability Framework, talk us through how that happens.
Okay, so NGS Global essentially conducts an initial screening process or almost first round interviews, suggests a shortlist to the panel, we settle on a shortlist. We then interview candidates. I think we will probably get to the point fairly rapidly that one of the candidates who I'd interviewed in the first round was not re-interviewed as part of this process and yet appeared on the panel report, and I have comments to make about that. But we interviewed the three candidates that were before us that day, one via Teams and two in person. We then had two candidates who had quite different offerings, but we were finding it difficult to make a determination as to which candidate was preferred.
And so one of those was Mr Barilaro, I'm assuming.
That is correct. So we said, okay, and this is not unusual for panel reports because for recruitment processes, because a lot of things happen after that, such as reference checks, psychometric testing, informal checks, considerations about the cultural fit within the organisation, and so on. But On that day, we left that room a little bit undecided. Formal reference checks came in.
They're undertaken by NGS Recruitment.
That is correct. Further kind of deliberations, I suppose. In this case, unfortunately, a lot of them were a bit bilateral because of difficulties of timetabling. Again, perhaps an oversight on my error that we didn't bring it back and have it as one discussion. And one of the candidates had a meeting with Minister Ayres that I attended. So all of that was factored in that resulted in the panel report that is before you.
And that was the candidate who had the interview with Mr Ayres was the second, so female candidate?
That's right.
Okay, so who do all of the interviewers compile against the public sector capability framework? They list against the qualities. So you, as the lead, would put what you think. Every other interviewer would put what they think. Is that right? Against the public sector accountability framework, they have a form that they fill in as they're interviewing.
That is not quite how things unfolded.
That should be the process, though. Is that right?
That tends to, from my experience, that tends to be the experience for less senior roles, where it's more kind of tick a box in terms of whether the answers meet certain criteria, whether they're using certain keywords almost, or giving examples that are on point. With the roles that are this senior and they're more representative in nature, so it takes into account a lot more things such as personality and ability to achieve what we are seeking to achieve internationally. It's probably less, scoring by each panel and more a discussion as to whether they can do the job, and then the job of the external recruitment company is to accurately reflect that in a panel report.
So what you're saying with a panel report, that the individual interviewers did not mark against the capability framework as they were interviewing each candidate?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, so with the NGS Recruitment prepares the selection panel report and comes back to you with how each candidate met those capability frameworks.
That's right. So the first time we saw ratings and the like was when the report got circulated.
Do you discuss the capability frameworks with together? I assume that after each interview, there's time to sit and discuss the candidate and assess them verbally, at least against capability framework.
They are not assessed in any formulaic way against the capability framework, and I understand the exact question that you're asking. The question is more generic around, did they understand New South Wales's trade and investment priorities? Did they understand how to drive foreign direct investment back into Australia? Do they have experience and networks in the US? Do they know New South Wales? Those type of things. It's more of a could they do the job discussion, and what evidence did they provide that they could do the job based on past experience, rather than a rate each person against each criteria.
But the public sector employment rules do dictate that you have to make decisions relating to a role in the public service. They need to be based on an assessment of the capabilities, experience and knowledge of the person concerned. So how did you undertake that if you were just asking what you've said were general questions about how well they knew New South Wales and whether, they had overseas experience?
Yeah, and I didn't mean to trivialise the questions. They were more detailed than that, but in answer to your question, Section 10A of the Government Sector Employment Regulations is a little different. It is not along the lines of the strict capability-based, merit-based selection process as you would for other government sector employment roles. Overseas trade employees are selected based on the person's appropriateness for the role concerned, having regard to the nature of the role and the person's qualifications, skills and experience. So it does give a little more flexibility as to, rather than a structured capability-based assessment, although we did we did choose to go that way to a certain extent, which I think is why you're raising these points. But from a GSC regulations compliance perspective, we are free to have more of a generalised discussion and assessment process.
So you've interviewed on the 15th of March. When was the selection panel report sent back to you
So there was a
by NGS Recruitment?
Certainly. There was a selection report sent to me in error. Well, it was sent to me intentionally, but 25th of March. But it did not, in my view, it did not reflect the content of the discussions accurately, and the ratings that NGS had included in the report did not actually reflect the capability of the candidates in light of the overseas trade employee role.
Has that happened before, where NGS Recruitment come back after such a thorough recruitment process and get it so wrong?
There are a number of errors with respect to this recruitment process that were conducted by NGS Global, yes.
Does that happen more frequently than this particular situation where NGS Recruitment get it so wrong?
Well, normally I have my people and culture team a lot more involved in the recruitment, and I would say that they are actually more accurate than what's happened here. So no, I haven't seen this before.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've received something from a global recruitment firm or recruitment firm that is making their assessment of what they consider to be the summary of the interviewer's perception about a candidate. It's the first time that they have come back to you, and it has been so different to what you remembered of
My experience.
the interview.
Yeah.
So the selection panel report was sent back to you on the 25th, just to you?
They included Ms. Bell as well, who was part of the panel because she was almost like my deputy with respect to this.
When you're saying it was sent to you in error, what do you mean?
I think sent to me in error is I never requested that they send me the report. We left the room. We left the room when we were doing the recruitment panel, and we said, we're not quite sure which candidate would be better suited to the role. Let's go away, have some more, deliberations. I will do some informal checks. We'll wait till the formal referee reports come in, and then we will proceed. I never asked them to send me a report. To me, it came out of nowhere.
Okay, so what did you do then when you received this draft, this report sent in error, the selection panel, which, by the way, did rate another candidate higher than John Barilaro in that capability framework, didn't it?
That is true.
How much more did it rate this other candidate better than John Barilaro?
My recollection is that candidate was noted as being exceeding on all, I want to say, 4 criteria.
And Mr. Barilaro?
I don't have a copy of that one with me. I think it's been handed over, but he was not rated as exceeding on all 4 criteria.
I might be able to help the witness.
Yeah.
If you go to your tender bundle, you might see it on page 294.
Go 294, Mr. Mickey.
Yes, 29. Sorry, nope. I can't read my own handwriting. Forgive me there. It might be... It's definitely around that decade. Might be on 1.
I think we've got meets
I'll find it.
2 and exceeds 2, whereas
279.
the preferred candidate exceeded 4.
279.
Is that? Yeah.
I'll double check, but that.
Yes, it's definitely 279.
Yeah. So, Mr. Barilaro, in fact,
Yes, that's
a
right.
couple of the other candidates, the third candidate, in fact, met to and exceeded to as well. So the first candidate was a standout as assessed against the capability frameworks that this very experienced global recruitment firm got back to you about. Did you consult with your other interview panel members about the draft report sent in error by NGS Recruitment?
No, I replied to NGS Recruitment and said, I've had a further conversation that might change things, so please disregard this report. Something along those lines. You probably have the email.
Okay, and so when you got back to them saying I've had a further conversation that might change things, what were you referring to?
In addition to discussions I was having with Kylie Bell, for example, to whom these roles reported, I arranged for the equal first at that point ranked candidate, the female, to meet with Minister Ayres.
Just again to assist the witness.
Yep.
I think the correspondence you're referring to, Secretary, is on page 281. And Chair, if you don't mind, if I just...
Yeah, that's you. Fine.
What you say in reply is, thanks for preparing a draft selection report. I've sourced a couple of informal referees for the candidates, which I'll share with the group as they're likely to change things. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
The obvious question is, who are the informal referees?
I was certainly referring to Minister Ayres and Kylie Bell, who is more connected into the space because she was a Trade and Investment Commissioner herself, had been having, she did a bit of a ring around people.
Sorry, did you just say Minister Ayres was an informal referee for John Barilaro? Is that fair? Or was it for the other candidate?
Sorry, I'll just take a step back. The informal referees were sense checking that we were doing with people who had worked in the trade and investment space, who could comment on the candidate, her knowledge of New South Wales, whether or not she'd worked extensively with governments, and the answer to that was no. But I also arranged for the candidate to meet with Minister Ayres because, as per our discussion earlier, I wanted to be sure that she would be able to be transitioned into a ministerial appointment regime.
Sorry, are you saying then that... sorry, Chair.
Yeah, sorry, can I jump in? Yeah. I understand you're getting very excited about it. Let's just... So going back to the receiving the selection panel report, so you've said it was sent in error. You've gone back to them with the email here saying you've sourced a couple of informal referees for the candidates, but you said you've got back to NGS Recruitment with the report saying this isn't needed, this is wrong. What did you communicate to NGS about that first selection panel report?
Oh, just that it was wrong and we're going to have to redo it.
It's wrong and we're going to have to redo it. What else did you say? What does wrong mean?
Because I don't believe that at the end of the discussion as a panel, perhaps test this with the other panellists, that the female candidate had A, exceeded on all criteria, and B, was that far ahead of Mr. Barilaro. As we left the room, we actually said the words, they're neck and neck, we can't quite determine who would be more suited. Let's do some informal checking and come back. So this is quite extraordinary, really. So with you've gone back, so you said you lead the selection panel, doesn't mean you're kind of making the decisions for the selection panel. That's correct, isn't it? It's a decision that you all come to together? Together we make a recommendation as to suitability, and then I, as hiring manager, decide who to put into the job.
Is it usual for when you get the selection panel from a recruitment agency to send it to the other selection panel members as when you receive it? Is that a standard practice?
Only if it's accurate. If they send it just to me and I look at it
how
and
many times have you received a selection panel report in your public service career that has been inaccurate and you've had to send it back without sending it to panel members?
To an external recruitment company.
Oh, well, I don't really care if it's external or internal at this point. Has it happened before?
I don't think it's happened before.
Ms Brown, do you think you have had a conflict of interest during this recruitment process?
In what sense?
That you may have wanted to prefer Mr Barilaro in the recruitment process?
I think it's fair to say I didn't want to prefer Mr Barilaro in the recruitment process.
You didn't want to,
No.
but you're giving evidence today that this, for the first time in your political career, you've sent back a selection panel
It's not a
report.
public service.
It's a public
Sorry,
service.
public service. Sorry. I will withdraw those words. For the first time in your public service career, you have sent back a selection report for such a senior position. You've sent it back saying there are errors in it.
Genuinely, I'm under oath. It was so inaccurate. Like, I did not feel that the panel discussion reflected that the female candidate exceeded on all criteria. We actually expressed a bit of the general sentiment was she would have a steep learning curve because she hadn't lived in New South Wales for 10 years and she hadn't worked with government before.
Why didn't you go to your other selection panel members and say, don't you agree with this, just to cover yourself, if anything, that this is grossly does not represent what we experienced with the two candidates? Do you agree?
Other than Kylie Bell, who was included on the email and who I work closely with, we obviously discussed the fact that this selection report came out of nowhere and to us seemed inaccurate. I did not have that conversation with the other two panel members.
So they never knew that there was this original selection panel report that had a different assessment against Mr Barilaro in terms of the qualities that he met against the public sector framework?
They did not know at that time, no.
When did they find out?
Probably as a result of this inquiry.
Have they contacted you about that? Have they expressed any concern about it?
No, we haven't been speaking about the evidence that we're giving.
So the second selection panel report, what date did you receive that again?
28th of May.
And how did you communicate to, what did you do to NGS Recruitment to confirm that they were now ready to provide a different revised selection panel report that favoured Mr Barilaro?
I spoke to NGS and said, can you please send us an updated report?
When was that?
I think I'll need to check, but it was on or about 23rd of May. Oh, hold on. I might need to check, but it was not too much earlier than when the revised report came
Yes,
through.
because that was sent, I think, on the 28th of May, something around 4 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yeah.
if I recall, on a Saturday.
That
so
week.
they were clearly working under the pump for some reason.
Oh, I think a lot of people work weekends these days, including
One or
all
two,
of us.
and then so with
In the government, yeah.
So what exactly did you communicate to NGS Recruitment about, what was your communication in relation to the second selection panel, the second selection panel report?
So I would have conveyed a couple of things. Firstly, that the female candidate had met with Minister Ayres and that I felt that the meeting was disappointing and that person would not have the confidence of the minister and perhaps the confidence herself to represent us internationally and be able to hit the ground running when it came to representing New South Wales' trade and investment interests. And I also said that after reflecting the formal reference checks that had come through from Mr Barilaro that were very strong, discussions that I'd had bilaterally with members of the panel, we felt that Mr John Barilaro would do a better job.
Thank you. Does the government members have questions?
Thanks very much, Ms Brown. And just in terms of just covering off on that issue just briefly, with respect to when you received that report and you saw from your perspective that it was very inaccurate compared to what you had thought had taken place during that panel report, what feedback did you provide to NGS Global? Did you provide any feedback to them at all in the case that that was incorrect, apart from that discussion you had?
Yeah, so Kylie Bell was managing the majority of the interactions with NGS Global because I was establishing a new department and I was the secretary. It was more appropriate for her to run point on that. They obviously received my email to say, this is, this is not reflecting what we expected to. And then Kylie spoke to them, Ms Bell spoke to them a number of times to sharpen up the report in terms of its accuracy.
And when you say them, who in particular at NGS Global did she liaise with?
Marianne Broadbent.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Also, in respect, you made the comment that you'd usually have the people and culture team more involved in such processes. Why wasn't that the case here?
So this process was established by Ms West when she was Deputy Secretary of Trade and International, and then both at Treasury and then into Investment New South Wales. She engaged NGS Global and prepared the role descriptions for all of the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner roles. She was on the panel for the first two. She saw the short list for this
just
one.
in a sense, sorry, that's new evidence. So that included the Americas position as well?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms West was the one who created that role description?
The role description,
okay.
yes, and she was a late applicant, so she actually saw the shortlist for the initially and forwarded it on. So Ms West was essentially running the recruitment process, as was her job, and she essentially wanted it to be run very tightly within the organisation. I had no reason to question that in good faith, if that's how she would like to run her process. But then when she became an applicant, it had to be run even tighter because her team couldn't even be involved.
Okay.
And
so
they're
that's
the
why people and culture were not involved in the process?
People and culture or the trade and international team. And in my defence, I think the fact that it was so tight meant there weren't enough eyes on this. And it really was up to me personally, challenging for a secretary to be across every detail, although of course I should have been, and my office to be able to pick up every administrative error. It was a challenge.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of, you talked about how in a sense in your mind you were always effectively expecting this to become a ministerial appointment, and so had that in the back of your mind. But for it to become a ministerial appointment, there would have had to be, and I think you alluded to it, some instrument in order to make that happen. So were you at any time aware of any legislation or changes that were being brought in to make it a ministerial appointment?
No, I believe Mr Carr gave evidence that we conducted the analysis as to the extent of what work that would need to occur to convert them to ministerial appointments, specifically by statute, and it became very clear that it would essentially delay the program by 6 to 12 months.
So effectively throughout this process, and considering the discussions you'd had and the timeline that was provided to you with the minister, there was never any realistic potential for it to become a ministerial appointment during that timeline, was there?
Not unless the program was halted, yes. And we were then our attention was redirected toward the drafting and passage of legislation.
So even though that cabinet determination was made, it was very clear that these positions would be following the general government sector employment practices.
For the foreseeable future, and even if legislation was passed, we would have had to revisit all sorts of things like visas, foreign relations within the various jurisdictions, agreements with the Commonwealth. It changes the nature of these roles a lot. If they are ministerial appointments, although every state does it differently, so quite possibly there's no right answer.
Thank you, Ms Brown.
I just wanted to clarify. You've said that Ms West was involved in the recruitment process for the 6 positions, including the Americas. At what point did she get to with her involvement before she declared that she was perhaps interested in the role?
That's a very good question. So, as I said, Ms West was running the recruitment process for all of the appointments, including the Americas, but also ASEAN and India and the Middle East that were happening concurrently, and had some applicants that were common to both. So the applications for the role closed on 26th of April, and she applied for the role late on the 12th of May. And
After applications are closed?
After applications are closed, she didn't recuse herself from the other processes, which I would have expected her to perhaps have that judgment, given how senior she is and how close she is. And so it took until 23rd of June for me to email her and say, actually, I think you shouldn't be involved in any of these recruitment processes.
Given she applied late, why was her application accepted?
I had the discretion to accept a late application, so she phoned me and requested whether or not she could throw her hat in the ring, to use her words. And of course, I would support a colleague in their desire to go for a role that they really wanted.
So if you had any...
Sorry, did she do that after she'd seen the applications that were in
Yes.
place?
So did she have a head start compared to other applicants?
Depends how, I think that's a subjective analysis, but given she'd run the other recruitment processes, had written the role description, had engaged NGS Global and had seen all the other applicants, you could probably characterise it that way.
And she was afforded the opportunity to still submit an application after it had closed?
Yes.
So in that respect, any suggestion that perhaps there was a bias by you or anybody at Investment New South Wales against Ms West is perhaps countered by the fact that she submitted a late application for the role. You had every opportunity there to say that she should not be accepted into the recruitment process, but you did not block her being accepted into that application process at a late stage, even though she'd been involved heavily.
Yeah, it was my desire to support her.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, isn't that a conflict of interest in itself, somewhat?
On her part?
Well, on her part and potentially on your part as well. In saying it was your desire to support her.
Because the process was established while she was a Deputy Secretary at New South Wales Treasury, the role descriptions, engaging NGS Global, how the recruitment processes were run, and indeed Agent General for London and Stick for North Asia both occurred under a Treasury process. I suppose I didn't quite have visibility as to how tight she was managing the process and how involved she was in it personally. I would say that it is senior executives, particularly to Band 3 level, should be able to identify their own conflicts and recuse themselves where necessary. But when I was then considering some of the performance issues down the track, this was one thing that was alerted to me, yes.
So is it fair to say that Jenny West was heavily and personally invested in this process?
She was leading the process, so that would mean she was invested.
So when it didn't actually fall favourably to her, her responses, when it began to unravel and her recruitment of lawyers and such, the relationship began to unravel?
Yes, it did.
Can we just ask,
And was it-
can we just ask Mr Polis to just pull the microphone forward? I'm struggling to hear you.
Can I just check?
Just let Mr Paulos continue.
So the relationship was tense between Jenny West and the team around you?
We were only communicating through lawyers at that point, as was her instruction, so it was distant and fraught.
And in her testimony, she made an observation in relation subsequently that the Americas role would be a present for someone, and she attributed the comments to you. Did you make those comments to Jenny West?
This is referring to the file note that she made after a conversation that we
It's
had.
page 5 of her testimony.
It's all right. I'll just, I recall.
I think we all do.
To forget. So Ms. West, so I phoned Ms. West, and again, it's difficult to articulate relationships with different colleagues. I would have characterised Ms. West and I as friends, actually. We were an intra-band report, which created a bit more of a peer-to-peer sense, which is probably why I was micromanaging her. We were in lockdown, as you remember, lived within 5 kilometres of each other, so we did catch up in person. And so that phone call was after I had met with the incoming portfolio minister and had a conversation around these are to be ministerial appointments. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that me and my close colleagues were quite disillusioned by the conversion to ministerial appointments. We'd done so much hard work to get the international network rolled out. It was kind of undoing our work, and perhaps we saw it as, not quite having faith in our decision making. And so when I phoned Miss West, it was probably more with my friend hat on, so to speak, and I said to her, look, this really hasn't gone our way. It's nothing against you personally. I would not have used the word present. That is not a phrase I would have used. And in fact, I questioned the accuracy of her file noting, and I also have a particular taste in my mouth around the fact that she file notes people after personal conversations and send it to lawyers that I didn't know she'd engaged. But regardless of all of that, I would have expressed a level of disillusionment around the fact that these positions were now to be handed out by politicians.
But this is a heavy-duty observation on her part. She says, basically referring to you, it will be a present for someone. Did you make those comments?
That's not accurate.
And Ms Brown, in picking up the conversation that you had with Ms West, and as you've characterised yourself, you wanted her to get the job, you did see her as a friend, and when you were calling her in this instance, you were calling her as a friend to effectively have that conversation where you're the gentle, sympathetic ear, so to speak. It's you and her against the world, so to speak.
Yeah.
When you were talking to her, were you issuing the views of what the minister had presented to you, or were you effectively calling her as a friend and blaming somebody else for the circumstance she was in?
I was trying to make her feel better.
Okay.
You also told her that she didn't have a job.
Not in that. Do you mean I was telling her that she was not going to get the position of Stick Americas?
No, and you at that point you had also told her that her position had been deleted.
Ms Sharp, I'm just going to clarify a few more points from the government perspective.
Yeah,
I'm happy to revisit that.
That's good.
Despite what the clock says, there's 2.5 minutes left of government time if you want to.
Ms Brown, in relation to Ms West's file note, we heard from Mr Carr that he didn't believe that the file notes were accurate and that some of the language that was used in those file notes was also inaccurate. Would that be your recollection as well, that the file note was perhaps not an accurate representation of the conversation that was had?
Particularly the phrase present for someone. I don't believe that was accurate.
And in the circumstance where somebody is making file notes of personal conversations, is it usual that they would make file notes of negative aspects of the conversation, or only the positive aspects, which may help for future case that they may or may not take?
I think it's strange that anyone is file noting a personal conversation. However, it wouldn't be surprising to me that people write down what they want to hear.
And I think the final thing that I want to touch on, just given the disclosure that Ms West applied after applications had closed for the Stick America's position, did she apply for any of the other positions as well, or was it only Sticks America?
She only applied for the first round of Stick Americas.
Okay. And in that application and throughout the process, did she make, I'll say, relevant declarations of her involvement in the development of the descriptions, etc., and also the recruitment process that was surrounding that role?
She didn't make those declarations in the context of being an applicant for a job or in the context of being an employee of Investment New South Wales to her line manager, which was me. Either of those would have made sense.
Right.
So Ms Brown, just a quick question, if I may. In a verbal exchange where Jenny West attributes a comment present for someone. You've denied that. In relation to a handwritten reflection to the General Counsel, Chris Carr, an observation was made that he was horrified, and in his response, he said, quote, "That was not a word that I would have used."
Okay.
Does it appear that between your responses and Mr Carr's, that perhaps Jenny West's reflections have been inaccurate, as Mr Carr has stated?
There's a theme.
Okay, thank you. It's 11:34. We have a 15-minute break now, so we will be back at 11:49.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We will go straight to questions now from the opposition. Mr Mookie.
Thank you. We might just allow the Secretary to sit down.
Sure.
I mean, I'm pretty tough, but I think the Secretary's entitled to a seat, right? Secretary, you let me know when you're ready to go.
Thank you. Okay.
I think you might have to push the microphone forward. Just the microphone. Secretary, at our previous hearing, we were discussing a conversation that you had with Minister Ayres, where he provided you prior notice about John Barilaro's intention to apply. Do you recall that dialogue we had at the last hearing?
Yes.
Do you by any chance have had the opportunity to establish precisely when that conversation took place?
Unfortunately, I couldn't find a record to make it obvious when we were having that conversation. It was in that kind of strange January period, between, basically during January, I think.
The Secretary.
To be any more specific, just be as specific as you can be.
Okay, that's fair. So, Mr. Barilaro applied on the 19th of January. I think it would have been within 10 days prior to that, maybe even a week prior to that.
Somewhere between the 9th of January and the 19th. Yeah. But Secretary, since we've had that opportunity to talk, the Minister had made public that he had two conversations, it seems, or exchanges with John Barilaro in December. The first was when he apparently, according to what's been stated publicly, to be clear here, that John Barilaro and the Minister were texting about this in December at first instance, in which John Barilaro expressed an interest in the role. Were you aware of that text message exchange?
Yes.
When did you become aware of that?
I can't pinpoint the date, unfortunately, but Minister Ayres said to me, I thought he said I've received a phone call from Mr. Barilaro and he's interested in applying for the Stick New York role.
And was that the January conversation or was that a separate conversation with Minister Ayres?
I thought it was the January conversation.
Okay, okay.
It's a strange time of year.
So just look, Secretary, I do forgive this, I understand, but is it the case that it was likely to be what? Was that the tip-off in the 9th, or was there a case that there was a separate call, or do you recall getting effectively the advance notice sometime between the 9th and 19th separately?
I remember getting a really early heads up. It was almost kind of in a jovial way, as you know, you'll never guess who I just got a phone call from. Mr. John Barilaro, he's interested in the role. And that was probably it. But we did have a further conversation about it.
In the January period? In
the January period, that's one of it.
Was it possibly, I mean, Minister Ayres has said that he texted the advertisement to Mr. Barilaro before it was advertised, I think, the day before.
The 17th of December, yeah.
Oh, just before we get to that point, you said that you had a jovial, or the Minister was in a jovial mood, is it best to say, when he expressed this to you?
I think I used the word jovial because it was more a passing comment. We didn't sit down and have
And that was earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's possible that that was sometime in December?
Could have been.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Secretary, for clearing that up. As my colleague just alluded, we've then since learned, I think yesterday, that Minister Ayres then texted or forwarded a link to John Barilaro of the public advertisement, which, look, I'm inferring would have happened sometime around the 17th of December when it went public. Did the Minister tell you that he had done that?
Yes.
When did he tell you?
Again, I can't be sure how close it was to when he actually did it, but he said, John Barilaro is interested in applying. I forwarded in the job ad like I would anyone else.
Okay, so that's another, and that wasn't the conversation in which he was expressing in a jovial manner surprise at
Yeah, I don't think it was the same conversation, no.
Okay, and was this a phone conversation or in person?
It was in person.
Okay, was it at a meeting, was it?
Yes.
Okay, and when he told you that he had forwarded it on to him, did you say anything in reply?
Not at that point, no. That wasn't a particularly
point, did
detailed
you?
conversation.
At any other point, did you?
We had instead of it being a passing comment on the way to and from a meeting, you know, we walked to a lot of meetings, which was more the case initially, we actually were sitting down and discussing our ambitions for the Trade Investment Network, and then we had a conversation about Mr. Barilaro's application.
Well, what was that
fact that he was
conversation?
applying.
Can you take us through that conversation?
I gave him a heads up that Mr. Barilaro had indeed applied, and he said, given he has been the Trade Minister, I would suspect he would have relevant experience to representing New South Wales Government's interests internationally on matters of trade.
Just to be clear, Secretary, you did make reference to this conversation in your previous evidence. I think you did that. You told us at that time that was circa sort of the 20th to 21st of January, which would have been 2 days afterwards, correct?
That sounds right.
So this was an in-person meeting?
I think so.
And just you and the Minister?
Yes, I think so.
And at this point, you tell him that John Barilaro has applied, and the Minister, did he volunteer the positive attributes of John Barilaro's candidacy to you unsolicited?
It was more of a back and forth conversation, and he said, I think he could be quite good.
And he said this to you within a day of the application's closing, or thereabouts?
I would suspect so.
Did he say anything positive about any other candidate, or was any other candidate discussed at that meeting?
No, because I don't think he knew which other candidates had applied. He hadn't seen a shortlist or a long list or anything like that. It was me saying, oh, you know how you told me that John Barilaro might apply? He did.
And then the Minister says, what did he say again, sorry?
The sentiment of it was John Barilaro would have some attributes, positive attributes, that are relevant to the role.
And this is occurring at a time where, for want of a better term, whether it's a ministerial appointment or whether it's a public service appointment is still in purgatory. It's not clear. Is that fair?
Could be one way of describing it.
Fair. My words, Secretary, not yours. But this is happening a day after the applications have closed, and Minister Ayres is already issuing praise of Minister Barilaro. At this point, is it fair to say you still do not know whether these are going to be ministerial appointments or whether or not they're going to be your decision?
I think given that, and again, this was what Minister Ayres relayed to me, he had had a discussion at Strategy Committee of Cabinet, which, as I said, are not, do not produce formal decisions for me to read. He'd had a discussion around the fact that the urgency of rolling out the network, we had some great momentum we didn't want to interrupt. We would be proceeding down the government sector employment road for now, or for the foreseeable future.
But Secretary, surely you're having this conversation with the Minister at a time where you yourself are uncertain about who exactly is likely to be the decision maker. That's fair, correct?
I knew I was the decision maker at that moment in time, but a time could come when I was no longer the decision maker and I didn't want to give someone a job that they would then be ungiven.
And in the event that the change was to take place, the decision maker, you'd cease to be the decision maker and Minister Ayres would become the decision maker in partnership with Cabinet, correct?
If he was still the portfolio minister, that would stand to reason, yes.
Which is, I guess, my way of asking the obvious question to you. Surely the Minister issuing praising John Barilaro to you a day after the applications have closed would have carried tremendous weight with you.
It carried some weight.
And in any essence, given that the Minister didn't volunteer any opinion about anybody else, that would have put you in a very difficult position, isn't it? I mean, already well before a short shortlist is prepared, let alone a short list, or let alone a long list, to be fair, is prepared, the minister is indicating to you that there's one particular candidate who happens to have the right criteria for the job.
That's fair.
And it's fair to say
it
that
would have put your agency, in some ways more importantly, in a very difficult position. Is that fair?
It's tough being a public servant at the best of times.
So, to be clear here, should the process then had continued onwards and John Barilaro's name didn't make the shortlist, is it reasonable to infer that perhaps you would have had to explain that to the minister?
I never tested the theory.
But it's the case, it's reasonable that that is something that would have arisen?
I think he would have respected my decision, but it's hypothetical.
But it may have catalysed a conflict, correct?
Conflict's a strong word. We didn't really have much conflict in our secretary-minister relationship, but
It was never your view that John Barilaro was not getting on the shortlist.
that's fair.
Okay, and part of the reason why he was put onto the shortlist, well, certainly a factor in the decision to include him in the shortlist was the view of Minister Ayres expressed to you in that meeting on the 20th. Is that fair?
Two things. Yes, it was the view of Minister Ayres that he would be a strong candidate, but he was the Trade Minister to be representing our interests when it came to trade, so I actually agreed with the proposition that he was a strong candidate.
Sure. But again, you weren't in any such position where you already had pre-indication as to a ministerial view in respect to any other candidate. That's fair.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we now turn to the process around the shortlisting, if that's okay, Secretary?
Certainly.
I'm not going to go through the NGS process because I think we can just get straight. I think perhaps we can start on page 35 of your tender bundle, if you don't mind. It's the case, is it not, to be very clear here, by the 7th of February 2022, you have a shortlist, correct?
Sorry, what date did you just say?
7th of February 2022, there is a shortlist, correct?
Shortlisted. Yes.
Yes, and at this point in time, on the 7th of February, are you not in London with Minister Ayres on a trade trip?
Yes.
And so when did you leave for that trip, by the way?
The 6th of February.
So did you fly on the 6th or did you land on the 6th?
Now you're testing me with time zones, Mr. Mookie. We certainly left Sydney on the 6th, which I suspect means we landed in the UK on the 6th.
Yes, you are back in time.
Okay, yeah.
That is the nature of the beast. But let's be clear here. On the 7th of February, is it the case that a senior advisor in Minister Ayres' office makes an inquiry to Miss Bell, who at this point I think is a very senior person involved in this process, and does this advisor ask, can I please get an update on how the recruitment for the Americas and China sticks are progressing?
Yes.
And you can see that is on the email on page 35 on the bottom.
Yep.
Can you go up to the part at the top?
Yep.
Is it the case that Ms Bell replies, we have shortlisted 3 candidates, each for New York and Shanghai, and now blocking diaries for the panels. It will be Amy MCT. Is MCT Michael Coutts-Strutter?
That is correct.
Potentially myself and Warwick Smith as our external. He has also sat on all 4 early panels and also ministered to the Minister of Business. I was going to say, I think Amy was going to share the shortlist with the Minister while they were on the road together in London, and she may have shared this with him directly in an email. Do you see that? Was it your intention to share the shortlist with the Minister on this trip?
It was my intention to share the shortlist with the Minister. We happened to be on a trip, so that's why I shared it. Yeah.
Did you, in any event, not much turns on this, but did you actually share it with him directly in an email?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Can you turn to the next page? This is Tuesday, the 8th of February. This is a direct communication from you to Miss Bell, which takes place 3:38. Not sure whether that's London time or Sydney time, depending. Probably Sydney time, actually, because your system will probably record it as Sydney time.
Good point.
You say this. Hi, Kylie. Minister Ayres and I have run through the long shortlist and our recommended shortlist for New York. He'd like to add, undated, to the shortlist, please. Now, look, Secretary, I'm going to try my luck. Are you going to tell me who that name is?
No, because the identity of applicants is confidential.
Yes, I'm not going to push you.
But confirm it's not John Barilaro.
I can confirm it's not John Barilaro.
Fair enough.
No, but you can confirm that he did actually ask you to put someone on the shortlist.
Yes. Hold on. Sorry, I don't want to get tripped up. I believe I showed him on my phone. I said, this is who we're considering interview, or this is who's made the shortlist. And next to it was the long list. And he said, what about that person? And I said, oh, yes, I think they're really good because I'd have some exposure to them in a prior role. But the circumstances under which they left their last job was a little bit controversial. So I assume that's not kind of where we want to be. And he said, oh, I don't see why not. So my inclination, if it wasn't for the controversy around them leaving their previous appointment, I would have put them on. And I had assumed that would deter us from interviewing them, but he disagreed.
But the only reason that person got on the shortlist is because Stuart Ayres indicated that he wanted them honoured.
I checked in with him and he gave me some wise counsel that it shouldn't be a problem.
Secretary, but to be very clear here, he says yesterday he didn't, you did. You added them to the shortlist, not him. And he said that last week too. Black and white. Them? Yes, undisputable. In the Daily Telegraph and yesterday, he said quite clearly, I didn't put them on the shortlist.
Yep.
Miss Brown did.
Yes. Via that email that we're reading now. Yep.
Yes. So, Vicky, as a matter of substance, that's not true, is it?
I put them on the shortlist.
Technically you did.
After checking in with him for his opinion on whether it will be a problem
You
or not.
emailed to express the view. That's all you did in adding this name to the shortlist, is that you transmitted the message back to Miss Bell, correct?
No, I think I'm a senior official with New South Wales Government for a reason, and that's that I'm capable of owning my decisions. And it was my decision to put that person on the short list. But I wanted his opinion because there was a controversial circumstance under which they left their previous job.
And it was the minister's opinion, not your opinion.
It was the minister's opinion that I shouldn't worry about that, which this person should stand on their own credentials, and that I was being a bit overcautious or oversensitive.
Did he direct you to put it?
He did not direct me. He just pointed out I was being overcautious.
No. To be fair, there's no suggestion that he directed you, because direction is a legal term when it comes to ministers and secretaries. And there's no one has suggested that there was any issue of direction under a letter, which would have to be the case. So that's not the right way to phrase the question. But it's fair to say that Minister Ayres was the reason your own hesitation was overcome. Is that fair?
Minister Ayres's view that I was being overly cautious and perhaps should relax my cautiousness because this person had great credentials, that was the reason I put them on the shortlist.
Okay, can we just go forward in time? We might have to come back to various steps, but I just want to go forward in time to the point where, well, let me just ask you this. After the 7th of February and your decision to employ your decision that Mr. Barilaro was the best person for the job, how often did you discuss this with Minister Ayres?
How often did I discuss Mr. Barilaro's candidacy?
Period.
Multiple times.
How many times?
Sorry, from what date?
Well, we're talking here from effectively, I think, Secretary, in your previous evidence, you established that in your own mind.
Yeah.
John Barilaro became the best candidate circa April. And let's go from there. From the February to April, and then I think, look, to be very clear, I think what we've established previously is that you decide sometime in April that he's the best person for the job. Yes. Formal negotiations commence around the 24th of May.
Yes.
A actual contract is, he signs on the 9th of June, and then I think you sign around the 16th, I think, or 20th, I'm not sure. Let's just go through in each of the phases.
That's a good idea.
Between the short list draft and the interview process, which is sort of, well, actually, let's go between the shortlist and the interview process, which is between 7 February and 15 March. Did you discuss it with Minister Ayres?
Between the shortlisting and the interview, I didn't discuss Mr Barilaro's candidacy with Minister Ayres.
From the 15th onwards to April, which is the next thing, which is after the interviews, to the point where you decide that John Barilaro is the best person for the job, did you discuss it with Minister Ayres at any time in that period?
Yes. So when I caught up with Minister Ayres sometime not long after the 15th of March, when we'd conducted the interviews, I actually said to the Minister, there are two candidates who both performed really well at interview. They have very different offerings in terms of their characteristics and experience and ability to do the job.
Yes.
There's a strong... we remember at this time we had a preference for a female because we had no female sticks at this point. So there's a strong female, businesswoman, impressive, not a lot of experience with government. I'd be a little bit nervous about her ability to interact and have the confidence of ministers. Could you please meet her?
Okay, and but then you also had a specific discussion about Mr Barilaro as well?
No, at that point I just asked him to meet Ms Cole, but he knew that Ms Cole and Mr Barilaro were the two top candidates.
Okay. And I can keep going through the time space, Secretary Chair. But
you just have another couple of questions in terms of this line of questioning. If it's just another couple, because then I just don't want to interrupt it. But
so between that process, which I think, to be fair, Secretary Brown, you've described now on a few occasions to us, but in that April period onwards, then, did you have any discussions with Minister Ayres about the appointment of John Barilaro?
Well, the discussion we actually had was around Ms Cole not being not really having the confidence of the minister in the meeting, and I attended the meeting, so I can attest that I wasn't particularly, I just didn't think she was quite right for the role. That then became obvious that Mr Barilaro would be the front-running candidate, so I made Minister Ayres aware of that. And then once that conclusion was reached, I checked in multiple times with Minister Ayres around whether or not, basically, we had a successful candidate out of the interview process. He was still subject to contract. The person had a prior history with New South Wales Government, and I needed to check that there was no aspects of that would preclude him from taking up the position.
So is it the case that you basically expressed that there may be some sensitivity about the government appointing John Barilaro?
I was nervous about it.
Why were you nervous?
Because he had some history with New South Wales Government that may make it difficult for him to take up the role without media and public controversy.
Well, it turns out you may have been right to be nervous.
I think so.
I think my last question on this before I pass to you, Chair, did Minister Ayres do anything to allay your nervousness? And if so, can you take us through that?
So, time out the timeline. So, I relayed to Minister Ayres that Mr Barilaro was the front-running candidate, and he didn't tell me he was going to be having conversations with his colleagues necessarily, but I left it with him to kind of take it away, and I didn't quite know whether he was going to check in with colleagues or discuss it at, the Strategy Committee of Cabinet that we referred to earlier. So I was sort of waiting to hear back whether or not there was anything that would dissuade me from making the decision.
And just to be clear, so Mr Ayres was aware when he interviewed Ms Cole that the other person vying for the job, the second person, was Mr Barilaro?
Yes.
Can I just, sorry, before you do that, the Chair just indicated that he interviewed Ms Cole. That it wasn't an interview, was it? It was more of a meeting. It
was an informal meet and greet, because it's sometimes good to see how people interact with a minister. It's not the first time I've done that.
Thank you. Ms Brown, the last time you presented before this inquiry, some of what you said in camera has now been reported widely in the media, and you've said that you share our concerns about the fact that has happened. One of the things that has been reported in the media has been what you were saying about so it's been reported in the Australian about Ms. West's CV. So you said you took a closer look at that CV.
So you will recall that when I was in camera, I didn't get very far into that point before I was interrupted by one of the committee members, and that essentially ended the discussion on that point. And it was.
That's fine.
It was very unpleasant.
That's fine. It's been
yeah.
now been portrayed everywhere.
My point is I didn't really get to explain the context to that, or perhaps qualify that I was actually more talking about the way that she conveyed her personal capacity and experience.
But you did at a certain point make the decision to, when I think in your words that you took a closer look at Ms. West's CV.
I actually took a closer look, and again, I don't want to go too far into this because it's making adverse reflections about a private citizen, and we've kind of had discussions about that, and I'll need to seek advice if we are to talk about it for much more than a high-level explanation. Okay, but I didn't investigate Ms. West or anything like that. Once her team started directly reporting to me, and once the relationship between her and the organisation became fraught, I did have some conversations internally, particularly with our HR team or people and culture team, around some things that have been reported to them or observed over a longer period of time from October 2020.
So in terms of recruiting people and the recruitment process, I would assume that there is a process by which people's CVs are checked by either yourself or panel members or the recruitment company.
That's the recruitment company's job, yeah.
So you looked into, did you look into Mr. Barilaro's claims on his CV at all?
No, so I just want to be super clear about this. When Ms. West was a candidate for the role of Stick Americas, I did not conduct any additional scrutiny on her CV as I would any other candidate, which is basically to leave it to the recruitment company to tell me, so that I can take it on face value. That was the case. So I did that with Ms. West, I did that with Mr. Barilaro, I did that with every candidate. The question marks around her exaggeration of her professional experience came later when I was kind of discussing internally some HR issues that had arisen with respect to her. I wasn't giving extra scrutiny as to her CV at the time she was a candidate.
So it's been reported about Mr. Barilaro's CV in relation to some of what he had down as a board director of Smarter Regions, CRC, which never got off the ground. You're aware of that? Were you aware of that at the time you were interviewing him?
No, I only read the report in the media.
Are you surprised then that a recruitment company did not find out that CRC never got off the ground? Do you expect that they would normally inquire into people's claims on their CV?
Yeah, I think as a secretary running a recruitment process, it is reasonable for me to be able to, when we're paying a third-party recruiter, it's reasonable for me to be able to take people's CVs on face value once they've been through the round one screening.
So how much did the second recruitment process cost?
I can tell you right now. Here we go. Okay. The second process, I think I've only got it.
For the first?
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I've got it. $42,900 inclusive of GST.
So $42,000 for the second round. Does that include advertising and everything, or is that the recruitment cost?
I believe advertising is separate. That was $10,536.
Okay, so about $55,000 roughly for the second recruitment process, and a similar figure roughly for the for the first?
The first was higher because it was sort of undertaking the process from scratch, if you will. That was $60,650 paid to NGS. And then the advertising was a little bit harder because it was a joint advertisement for the 3 roles, but that was $58,319.
So we're climbing up to about 180 or something, like rough, for the two recruitment processes. So
Yeah.
with just going back to the second selection panel report, did you instruct NGS Global to change the capabilities when you sent it back? Did you send it back with instructions as to what you wanted to see?
I did not.
What was your instructions to them?
So, again, Kylie Bell ran most of the conversations with the recruitment company, but having said that, I never instructed them on any specific capability ratings for any specific candidate, or with, with any of that sort of detail, no, they were not instructed by me.
Were they instructed by Kylie Bell? Did you instruct Kylie Bell to instruct the recruitment agency?
I did not.
So do the interview panel, each member, they make notes against each person they're interviewing?
Yeah.
Do they feed those? How does their feedback get back to the recruitment company?
There are 2 ways of doing it. Either you can give your notes to the person who's essentially scribing the process and say, I would like these fed in, or you can wait until the draft report is shared and sort of use your own notes as a cross-checking mechanism, so to speak. I'm not sure which each panel member did. I tend to do cross-checking because I find inserting my scribbles is not particularly helpful in the first instance.
Did you have anybody anybody advising you with regards to probity for this recruitment process?
Very good question. Only insofar as obviously the external recruitment firm who sort of were in charge of a lot of those background checks and things like that. And then it was one of the drivers for why I had the Public Service Commissioner on the panel, because she's particularly attuned to probity. And then I, as Secretary, have certain obligations when it comes to probity as well. But we didn't have a probity advisor.
So was it in any way considered or discussed the need to have an independent probity advisor to help you kind of navigate the ethical issues around this?
We didn't.
You didn't think that potentially having an independent probity advisor would be a good idea after your discussions, both with Mr. Barilaro and Mr. Ayres, about this position?
No, insofar as, Mr. Barilaro applied as a private citizen, so he was kind of to be treated the same as everyone else, if you will. So we were just treating him as in his private capacity applying for a job, but I didn't seek additional probity style advice with respect to the fact that I was cross-checking certain elements with Minister Ayres.
But he's not just a private citizen when applying for this job, and I think that's, in terms of thinking about whether you needed independent probity advice, clearly he wasn't just a private citizen in terms of his connections with you and connections with Minister Ayres.
It's interesting because, the Ministerial Code of Conduct exempts the relevant person from seeking specific ethics advice where they're applying for a job in the public service. So that sort of sets a tone that, it's not a heightened scenario. But no, I didn't seek any additional advice on top of that with respect to probity.
So was there a process outlined to resolve differences between people on the selection panel, for example? Did you have a process, a clearly defined process in that regard?
I wouldn't characterise it that the members of the assessment panel had differing views.
Now, what if there were? Surely there's a process that you go through if you have 2 people or 3 people agreeing fervently that somebody should get it and the other 2 agreeing that somebody else should get it. What's the process?
Well, then it's not a assessment panel's considered view because half the panel is disagreeing. So I think in that circumstance, you would need some form of a circuit breaker. I haven't turned my mind to what we would have done in that scenario because it's hypothetical, and whether or not we would have involved a chief people officer or a chief operating officer to facilitate a discussion, or whether we would need to I have had it before where we weren't quite certain, so we retested the market or required an additional interview that wasn't originally envisaged. There are lots of things you can do to resolve uncertainties in a recruitment process. But with respect to the panel members and their views, I don't think there was a dispute to be resolved.
So conflicts of interest were declared by all panel members. That's correct?
Yes, as in there were no conflicts of interest to declare.
Before each. And with all of the applications that were received, they were received by NGS Global?
Yes, all of them.
How do you know that in terms of the applications that are received, are you given the entire long list or are you given a short list?
Yep.
And did the rest of the selection panel get the long list or just the short list?
I would need to check that. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, and with the final selection report, just to be clear, the second one that came with, did that include the first candidate who was preferred? And I think we've already named her as Miss Cole in this. Did that include her? Where was she relegated to? Was relegated to the talent pool in the second round?
I believe. Let me double check. I believe she was simply the second ranked candidate.
Okay, and just to be clear on this again, when you...
Hold on, sorry, this is not printed very well. Can I just get that checked, because I can see something here that might mean that she was recommended for talent pool. I'll just get it checked. Yeah, that's okay.
Do you want to just consult behind you quickly, or...?
I think...
as long as there's a quick answer. Or...
Yeah. Can you just check if... We'll come back to you ASAP.
That's okay. So the selection panel's report, the final one, that gets sent to every member of the selection panel to sign off?
Correct.
Was that by you or by NGS Recruitment? Or somebody on your behalf, such as your Chief of Staff, or...?
I'll take that on notice straight away as well. I just have in my note that it was circulated to all panel members. I'm not sure if it came from my inbox, Chief of Staff or Ms Bell. I'll check now.
And you sent that to them without letting them know that there was an original draft and that this one is different from that original draft?
Correct.
With just going back to the public sector, the government sector employment rules, so what governs when a position isn't based on merit? I think you said that this was employment under a different section. Was it section...
Section 10A of the regs, and that means that it's exempt from the capability-based assessments.
And so all sticks were exempt from section 10A?
Under section 10A, all sticks are exempt from merit-based and capability-based recruitment processes.
But you undertook it anyway,
That's right.
the assessment against capabilities.
Yeah.
So how else, if you undertook it, and that's really laid out very clearly how every applicant was assessed against that. So these other measures that you're talking about that weren't merit-based, how were they detailed, and what notes were taken and what questions were asked about that?
Yep, that's a good question. So to be clear, Section 10A means that someone can be selected based on their appropriateness for the role. So it's a different test or threshold than meets the relevant capability-based criteria of a traditional GSE, which again take it into a bit more of the realms of flexible and discretionary. So that's kind of what essentially perhaps drove the lack of rigidity around marking against capability assessment, some of the paperwork and reporting, which is still not good, but that's what exempted us from having to do it that way. NGS on the 15th of June sent the panel report to all panel members. So essentially, though, the main thing that happened outside of the process itself was informal conversations, including checking with people in the market, because these are very senior roles and the people are very well known, and a meeting with Minister Ayres for one of the candidates. That was fed back informally so that panel members could take it into consideration. So when I said one candidate in particular met the minister, and I didn't have confidence that that person could then brief the minister and be their representative overseas and lead a trade delegation with them, co-lead, that was fed in verbally from me and taken into account as part of the overall decision.
Do you think during that meeting that the Ms. Cole had with Mr. Ayres, do you think that he gave her enough space, if you like? Do you think that meeting he was generous with her in terms of accepting her, talking with her about a potential applicant? How do you think that went from his perspective?
The only qualification I'll make is it was via Teams, because she was in Portugal, but you do need to know how to brief a minister via Teams. And look, I've briefed many, many, many ministers over my decade in government, and you don't often have a lot of time with ministers. You've got to make it short and snappy. I think the conversation probably went for 12 minutes or so. So I don't think he was not generous with his time, and it was a bit of a tell us about yourself and how do you see trade and investment ambitions for New South Wales and what would you do to make it happen. I think she was given a good opportunity to pitch herself in.
So 12 minutes?
Oh, sorry, thereabouts. I wasn't timing it, but that was just the number I thought was about right.
Thank you. Government?
No, sorry, Chair. I think we?
Oh, yes, sorry, end of the session. Yes, sorry, opposition.
Opposition.
You're right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Hookie.
Where we were up to was the nervousness you had in April, and the process that you went into with the minister to allay your nervousness. Look, we'll come back to that bit, but I just think in the interest of time, we probably need to forward a bit in the schedule here. So, can I understand the process, the technical process of negotiation was obviously, I think it was led by Ms. Bell with Mr. Barilaro?
Correct negotiations? Yep. Yes.
And you were, of course, the decision maker, correct?
That is correct.
And you were the employer, were you not?
Yes.
And you were the person who ended up signing the contract, correct?
Correct.
Were you the person who told John Barilaro he had the job?
No.
So was it Ms. Bell?
I asked Ms. Bell to commence contract negotiations with Mr. Barilaro, and I'm unsure of how that conversation went.
Oh, who told John Barilaro he had the job?
I don't know.
Sorry?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Hang on. You're the employer, correct?
Correct.
Wasn't Ms. Bell who told John Barilaro he actually had the job?
Ms. Bell commenced contract negotiations with Mr. Barilaro. I'm not sure, and I think you have the opportunity to ask her, whether that conversation started with congratulations, you have the job, or whether she just went straight into the contract negotiations.
Did Minister Ayres have any conversations with John Barilaro at this point in time?
Not that he told me.
So, did Minister Ayres tell John Barilaro he had the job?
I do not know.
No one knows who told John Barilaro he had the job. If you didn't know, I'm
I don't
struggling,
know.
Secretary, because someone must have told him it was his, correct?
Yes, correct.
And presumably this would have happened before he signed the contract.
Yes.
So we know that the negotiations have effectively, I think, wrapped up around the 28th of May, and then there's a final relocation letter that is sorted out.
Yep.
But there's no dispute that around the 9th of June, he is signing the contract.
That's right.
So at that point, did you call John Barilaro?
No. So on the 23rd of May, Ms Bell contacted Mr Barilaro to commence contract negotiations, and I am unsure of the content of that discussion.
Okay, well, did you authorise Miss Bell to tell John Barilaro he had the job?
Yes.
Okay, so it's possible that Miss Bell told.
Possible.
But is it possible anybody else would have told him?
Also possible.
Okay.
This must have been the subject of some discussion, though. Do you believe, Ms Bell, you don't know, but do you believe that she did tell John Barilaro he had the job?
It was just reported to me that she'd commenced contract negotiations. I think it's a matter for her to say whether or not she told him he had
Ms
the job.
Brown, would it be, we're going to go to a lunch break fairly soon. Would you in the lunch break be able to ask Ms Bell whether she was the person who actually told Mr Barilaro that he had the position?
I will take advice, endeavour to do so.
Well, to be fair, there's an email from Miss Bell to Mr Barilaro that is somewhere in your tender bundle, which I'm now inclined to have to find, in which he says we can go forward.
Index?
As in, it's clear that we can go forward. That's what I think she says, or words to that effect in an email. That's actually not saying you've got the job. But what I'm trying to understand is you've clearly formed a view in April that he should have the job. The negotiations are wrapped up
Yep.
around the end of May, but certainly by 9 June. But it just strikes me as highly unusual that the actual employer doesn't tell Mr Barilaro he has the job. And it's even more weird, given Secretary have established that you did text Miss West to say that an offer was coming. Did you send such a text message to Mr Barilaro?
Look, I had no direct relationship with Mr Barilaro other than a couple of times I spoke to him when he was the portfolio minister on one Teams call. I didn't reach out to Andrew Parker to say congratulations, you have the job, or Vish Padmanabhan to say congratulations, you have the job. The reason I contacted Ms West is, as I said, we were quite friendly and she was a direct report of mine, so it would have been odd to see her in the kitchen and know this information and not have told her in a congratulatory sort of way. So it's not surprising to me that I didn't tell Mr Barilaro, but I think given I asked Kylie Bell to commence contract discussions, it's worth us asking her how that conversation was.
Thank you. I might just ask, we've talked about Minister Ayres' view expressed to you about John Barilaro and about Kimberley Cole as a result of that meeting. Did Minister Ayres express a view to you at any stage about Jenny West?
That's a good question. Only briefly. When we were talking about Mr Parker and Mr Padmanabhan being very impressive business people, and he said that he would be minded to move them forward into the ministerial appointment regime, I said, need I ask about Ms West? And he said she wouldn't be suitable for that. She wouldn't have his confidence.
And did he give you any more reason why Jenny West would not have his confidence?
No. I got a sense that generally the ministers weren't overly impressed that I had selected a public servant for the role.
And as we've agreed before, obviously the minister's view, as with those other appointments, would have carried significant weight given your uncertainty about the process at this point?
Yeah, I mean, every decision's multifactored, and the fact that was saying to me she wouldn't be capable of being grandfathered into a new regime, so I didn't want to waste taxpayer dollars and heartache for her and her family by putting her in a role that will be undone.
So, Secretary Brown, you just said there that the ministers expressed a view that, or perhaps weren't pleased that you had chosen a public servant for the role. On what basis did you conclude that the minister or the ministers were not pleased that you had chosen a public servant for the role?
And I'll just qualify it by saying I think it's a bit unfair to characterise Minister Ayres as thinking anything less of public servants. He's actually really respectful of the public service. But I ran the recruitment process the first time with no ministerial interaction whatsoever. I didn't check in with anyone about anything, and then we reached a successful candidate. As you know, the briefs went to 4 ministers and they were signed, and I relayed the news to Ms West that she had the job. But I got the impression from the Deputy Premier's office that part of the motivation for going to Cabinet to change the whole regime was there was a little bit of disappointment or distaste around the fact that a bureaucrat had been given such a high-profile role. I don't think that was specific to Minister Ayres at all. In fact, I think it was more from Minister Barilaro at the time. But then when I checked in with Minister Ayres on or about the 12th of October, and I said, oh, need I ask about Ms West, with the thought going in my head, well, it was kind of the trigger for unwinding this whole thing. He said, well, no, I don't think that'll work, will it? So I knew she wouldn't be capable of being grandfathered.
And then, of course, must have played a factor in your decision as to who should get the job to time the second played a role. I mean, if you had chosen a person who was a public servant or ex-public servant or a person who didn't necessarily have a political profile, you may have run the risk of encountering the same objection, correct?
It was less political profile because, remember, Mr Parker and Mr Padmanabhan had no political profile, and yet they were very esteemed businessmen. So it wasn't that you needed a political profile per se, but I would have been very resistant about putting another public servant up for suggestion, for example.
That would have had a massive effect on you if that was the view that the government perhaps you were hearing or had formed an impression that a public servant might not be the right person for the role.
It was disheartening.
Can I just check, was there also the case, though, that the ads changed in between where political interest was put into the second round of the ads?
Very good question. The role descriptions for all 6 roles had the word represent political interests, and you know,
I'm aware of that.
obviously geopolitics is an important factor in international relations, investment, and so on. And all the, I'll take advice, but I'm almost certain, all of the job ads used the word political interests except round 1 of the Americas. I don't know why. So then when we came to round 2 of the Americas, we aligned the job ads with the other 5.
Can I just ask, though, throughout this, I mean, what I'm trying to struggle to, through the balance of evidence you've given this morning, Ms Brown, is that you're going into detail of very specific questions and specific detailed conversations with Minister Ayres at every step of the way. But at the same time, the Minister is saying publicly, or has said publicly, the Minister has been saying publicly that he has kept himself arm's length from this process throughout. Did you feel like Minister Ayres was keeping himself arm's length from this process?
I would say that objectively speaking, arm's length is not a fair characterisation of how the process was run.
Secretary, I appreciate the answer, but to be very clear here, is your answer, when I ask you, when I ask you, was Minister Ayres keeping himself arm's length from this process, you're saying no?
In my view, he was not arm's length from the process. There were multiple intersection points throughout.
Which were the key multiple intersection points which led you to feel that he wasn't keeping himself arm's length from this process?
I think we've covered most of them. And again, a lot of it was actually initiated by me because I felt the need that I had to keep checking, partly because of this grey area that we were in around public service or ministerial. But broadly speaking, I wanted to make sure he was comfortable.
And clearly, you said the multiple intersection points and we've gone through them. Just to be clear, this is, the first instance is when he tells you that John Barilaro might be interested in the role?
Yes, although that happens quite a lot.
Sure.
It's just
The second instance is when you report back to him that John Barilaro had applied for the role and he expresses positive comments about Mr. Barilaro, is correct?
agree.
Next issue is when you have a conversation with him after the interview selection process in which you canvass your nervousness about appointing Mr. Barilaro?
It was actually after the interview process when I asked him to interview Ms. Cole because there were two. Yeah.
And then in that period of April where you effectively leave it to him to provide, want of a better term, the broader government attitude towards the controversy that might surround Minister Barilaro's appointment, is that fair?
Conversations around that, yes.
The way you described it was sense check.
Yes.
You were asking Minister Ayres to essentially, you were sense checking that view that Barilaro with what would Minister Ayres and the government's response be if that was to create a political controversy, that's correct?
I was indicating that we were on a path to potentially appointing Mr. Barilaro to the role as per the outcome of the panel interviews and referee checks, and I wanted to test whether there was anything he would tell me that would dissuade me from making such a decision.
And then the sixth sort of, I guess, the final sort of intersection points are actually around the appointment itself, which is the contract negotiations and the time where you actually enter the contract. I presume at that point you were sense checking with Mr. Barilaro as well?
I never...
Yes.
I never sense checked with Minister Ayres around contract terms or anything like that.
But the
That's
broader, we're
for
about
us.
to sign the contract.
We're about to sign the contract, yeah.
You checked in with him?
Well, the reason I would have done that is there would have been an announcement to be made.
Of course, but
Yeah.
just to be very clear here, you did check in with him before you signed the contract?
Yes.
And he at that point didn't express any opposition to the view?
No, and that was, so Ms Bell and I often, at that point, briefed Minister Ayres together on some of these matters because she'd taken over a new role that was expanded, and so I like to bring her along with me to some of these meetings, and she was the one who expressed where we were at.
And you then, the final intersection point was actually around the announcement, where it's quite clear, I'm referring now to page 50 of the tender bundle, it's to the level where you're coordinating when the media release is going to go out. And on the basis of those 6 to 7 to 8 major intersections, on that basis you concluded, or you formed the impression, that Minister Ayres was involved in the process?
Yes.
And on that basis, you say he didn't keep himself arm's length.
That's an accurate statement.
And were there any other, apart from those 6 or 7 or 8 interactions, are there any other interactions that you'd like, that caused you concern or caused you to describe it as not being arm's length?
With Minister Ayres?
With Minister Ayres.
I think that's the gist of it. Yeah.
Were you, incidentally, also having conversations with Minister Ayres' staff, by any chance?
Not particularly, no.
Because these were direct conversations with the Minister.
That's right.
And they usually took place... Sorry, just one final...
It's just 15 minutes
I was
for
only
the
going to ask,
government.
and was these usually taking place in meetings or on the phone or both?
We'll go over ruling, Chair.
I had many discussions formally and informally with Minister Ayres. I'm his secretary, and we went to lots of meetings together.
Okay, questions from the government?
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Brown, sorry, got Ms. West on the mind. Just going back to the Ms. West recruitment process and some of the evidence that you gave earlier, which I think was enlightening for us as well. You mentioned, in a sense, that, and I think these were your comments just before to Mr. Mookie's questioning, that effectively you saw that Ms. West's appointment was the trigger for changing it to a ministerial appointment process. Was that ever conveyed to you?
No one told that to me. It was just around the fact that once I revealed the successful candidate for Stick Americas, there was a flurry from the Deputy Premier's office to have it changed.
Okay. And with respect to those 6 job roles, you said political interest was contained in all of them apart from the Stick Americas role. Was it the case, I think that your earlier evidence was that in terms of that role description that Ms. West was involved in actually drafting that? Was there any explanation given to you as to why that was different to the other roles?
No, so the political interest was still in the role description, but to your point, for Stick America's round one, it wasn't in the advertisement.
Okay.
And that was, Ms West was in charge of the process at that point,
And
so
Ms
that would
West
have been
was
her
in charge
decision.
of the advertisement for that.
Correct.
Was there any reason given, or could you see any justifiable reason why political interest was not contained in that advertisement?
I would never have picked up on such a discrepancy of detail.
But it seems a little bit strange, doesn't it, that
Very
that was
strange.
missing in the Americas role but was contained in all of the other roles?
Yes.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that's the role she ended up applying for.
Yes.
After the cut-off in terms of when applications were due to be received.
Correct.
And Ms Brown, I imagine that you would agree that it's desirable to have a recruitment process that's fair and impartial?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned before that you saw in terms of, I think the question the opposition were asking in terms of a probity advisor on the role that the Public Service Commissioner effectively, the Chair was asking, that the probity advisor was important and the Public Service Commissioner effectively provided that role, to your mind, in the selection process?
I don't know. We'll ask her if she agrees, but in my mind, having her there was an additional level of comfort.
Okay. And that Public Service Commissioner was not on that first process, was she?
No.
In regards to that first process, was there anyone else who you would have thought provided that probity role?
Not necessarily a probity role, but the reason I asked Secretary Betts to join the first process, he was not only incoming Secretary of DPC, but he has been Secretary of multiple departments over a really long period of time and is a seasoned public servant. I trust him a lot.
And in seeking the fair and impartial process effectively, I imagine that that's part of the reason why you would have engaged NGS Global, and I think to your evidence before that particularly because of the involvement of Ms West in both setting up the process but also applying for the role, that there needed to be an external party. Is that correct?
An external party on the interview panel or NGS Global managing it?
NGS Global managing it, yeah.
I mean, they managed all of our recruitment processes because they were complex and it made sense to have someone else assist.
Okay. And was it part of Ms Broadbent's role to keep senior management advised of the progress of the recruitment progress?
Yes.
Yep. And who did she report to in this regard? Was that Jenny West, one of the people that she reported to?
Yes, the progress reports was sent to Jenny West.
Okay.
Ms West.
And as we've already established, Ms West was not a candidate in April of 2021, but she ended up becoming a candidate by May of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it reasonable to assume then that Ms West applied for the position sometime after the April candidate report and sometime before the May candidate report from NGS?
So NGS sent a progress report on the 16th of April and Ms West applied on the 12th of May. So that was a period.
Okay. Did Ms West ever give you a reason as to why she didn't apply in the first instance?
No, she didn't actually. Yeah, she just said she thought about it and decided, in her words, that she'd like to throw her hat in the ring.
Did she make any reflection in terms of the candidates that had come forward, or that being any consideration for her?
No, she didn't really point out that she had visibility of that.
Okay, but she would have had visibility considering that candidate's report at that time. Is that
Sent
correct?
to her, yes.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I believe there's an email from Marion Broadbent to Jenny West dated the 16th of April, which is the progress report. And that also included an email attached to it, which was the client progress reports for the 3 stick roles. So as we've established, as of the 16th of April, with only 10 days to the close of applications, Ms West had the name of all of the America's stick candidates and applicants, and also NGS's assessment of their strengths and weaknesses. Is that correct to your knowledge?
I can take advice on how much detail the progress report goes into, but broadly speaking, that's correct.
Okay. And to your recollection, is it correct that that report and Ms Broadbent notes that the quality of the candidates in response to advertising is not high? Do you recall that?
Oh, I don't recall that specific comment.
Okay.
We were in
take that on
COVID, though.
notice?
Yeah, I'll take on notice whether she said it.
Yep.
I can broadly say I agree with some of that sentiment, though, because we're in COVID and not that many people wanted to move their families to the other side of the world.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Ms West had access to very detailed information about each of the Stick America's applicants, who they were, their strengths and weaknesses at the time that she applied for that role?
I'll take on notice how much detail was attached to the progress report.
Okay, thank you. Mr Poulos or Mr Fang?
I've got some. Have you
Yeah, for the moment.
Ms Brown, you stated there was a flurry of activity in the Deputy Premier's office when Ms West was the preferred candidate. Did they indicate what the concerns were?
No. It was more that I sent the briefing note up on the 11th of August, and then within I'm just doing the maths, less than 2 weeks of that, we were being asked to relook at the basis on which sticks are appointed. And the Deputy Premier's office did indicate that there was a general sentiment that people weren't impressed with the first candidate that I had selected.
But it wasn't I know we've been looking at the specifics between a direction or a indication. There was no direction around the appointment of Miss West, or sorry, the Ms West being the preferred candidate. That was the trigger.
Other than the decision of government specifying that I unwind processes on foot, where applicants were still subject to contract, which included Miss West, there was nobody directing me to unwind or undo the appointment of Miss West.
So it wasn't communicated to you that this was something that the Deputy Premier wanted personally? This was just in the timeline, advice that Ms West was the preferred candidate and that the Sticks selection process was potentially looking to go in another direction?
All around the same time, yes.
Right. In relation to NGS Global, was it Ms West that actually appointed them to the Sticks selection roles? I'll say roles because obviously they were involved in all the Sticks positions, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we've discussed, and I'm going to be very cautious around this, obviously, the in-camera evidence, but there's obviously been communicated questions around Ms West's CV which have been questioned today. Did that perhaps come out of, and you spoke about it earlier, the HR issues, or perhaps was it that lawyers had been engaged and that sort of required a deeper looking into of a number of matters?
Good question. It was a combination of things. So, as I said in my evidence, my first hearing, when Ms West found out that it was unlikely that she was going to get the role, the relationship between her and the organisation became difficult, and I started to observe some behaviours I was a little bit concerned about. When she took... And at that point, there was feedback coming from multiple sources, including our stakeholders and clients.
Is that because you had taken over her responsibilities, or the responsibilities had partly fallen to you, and therefore you were getting that feedback?
That's it. She was, at some point not long after, she was on extended leave, so I was a lot closer to that and had her team reporting to me directly. But then, of course, when it was looking possible that we would end up in the sphere of legal action, I just took a little bit more initiative in terms of scratching the surface on a few things. So
it would be wrong to characterise it then as you digging for it. It became through osmosis by adopting the role, adopting the position that she had held because of her, I guess, the legal positions she'd taken in relation to Investment New South Wales, that you gained that knowledge and therefore used that knowledge to then further some investigations into the matters.
Yes, so I never commenced any investigations, but I'm CEO of an organisation, so wanting to talk to people in culture and take a look at incidents that have been reported to them, it's not only unusual, it would be irresponsible if I didn't. And of course, feedback that comes in from various stakeholders, of course, I have to take that on board. There are stakeholders, and people don't express these views for no reason, so...
And I think one last thing I just wanted to touch on. You mentioned the last time you were before the committee that I think you'd only had one engagement with Mr Barilaro as the Trade Minister, and that was via a online meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe I had 3 brief phone calls and 1 Teams meeting.
Okay, so it wouldn't be accurate to describe you as being close to Mr Barilaro?
Not at all.
And there would be no reason for you to provide him preferential or favourable treatment, given that you had very little engagement with him?
Certainly not.
Okay. I think that pretty much means we're out of time. Is that right, Chair? I can leave some of the questions till...
Oh, look, I've got a couple. If we've got more time,
We've got a couple
more minutes.
Farlow
No
then.
worries. Thank you for that. Thank you very much, Ms Brown, for your evidence before. Just interested in terms of the advice about the process and the fact and what you've told the committee before in terms of at the end of the process there was no suitable candidate. Of course, as has been outlined, there was communication to Ms West in terms of her being noted as the candidate,
Yes.
so to speak.
Yep.
But you were, of course, of the view, and you expressed that to the committee, and I believe that you expressed that to the Minister and the Premier as well, from reports, that there was no suitable candidate at the end of the process. Was Ms West, to your knowledge, ever issued with a contract?
No.
No? Was there any communication to her, apart from your text message, which I take it in a sense was more as a friend than as the secretary, that she was successful in the role?
There was obviously the text message from me, and then there was some back and forth about contract terms, because these are bespoke contracts.
Yep.
They're not your standard GSE off-the-shelf contract. And so that had commenced, and that's when when she realised that there was some tax issues that she would have to resolve. So it kind of didn't go any further at that point.
You said about the trigger, in a sense, of that appointment being what brought the ministerial, in your perception at least, what brought the change to a ministerial appointment. Was there any view issued to you at that time to hold that appointment, with that going to Cabinet?
To hold the appointment.
Yes, so this is back in September.
Yeah.
So not to proceed with the appointment with the appointment of Ms West, with respect to that decision of government. I think it was on the 26th of September.
Well, prior to the 27th of September, they had no power to direct me not to appoint Ms West. What I did do, though, was once I alerted her to the fact that this could occur, I said to her, and she wanted a contract issued, I think to firm up her position more before Cabinet made its decision. And I said, I think we're going to have to wait, a week to see what happens.
Okay. So you saw that as being that Cabinet determination was integral in whether that could proceed or not, and whether there would be a successful candidate, so to speak, at that point.
Yeah, I literally couldn't proceed.
Yeah. Thank you. And just also with respect to the communication of how people got the role, and I know there was some interest before in whether it was Ms Bell who told it, with respect to the ASEAN stick and also the Indian stick that were in place by this time, how were they communicated to those individuals?
It's a very good question. I believe that the success in the process was conveyed to them by NGS Global, but I can take that on notice if you'd like it firmed up. I didn't give them a call.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
It's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, welcome back, Ms Brown. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. If you're ready, starting with Mr Graham.
I might just defer to my colleague.
He's there. He's getting coffee too.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair, and welcome back, Secretary. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr Mookie.
Secretary, we were talking before
Yep.
about the process of sense checking, I think was the term we've used in a variety of hearings. And I think we've explored with Minister Ayres. Did you sense check or have any sense checking process with any other minister or any other sort of elected member of the government?
No,
Okay, and that's, you wouldn't be expected to, would you?
it would be strange.
Yeah, and not common practice whatsoever. Did you sense check it with anybody else in the public service?
The only person I phoned and said that Mr Barilaro was the preferred candidate out of the recruitment process was Secretary of Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Yeah, I only asked because you made a bit of a reference, and I realised when rereading the transcript that perhaps we should have asked a follow-up question at the time. But when you say you had a conversation with the Secretary of the Department of Premier and Cabinet, just because there was a bit of a transmission around who the Premier, I presume you're meaning the current Secretary, is that correct?
Yes, Mr Coates-Trotter.
Yes. When did you have that conversation?
I am 12th of April.
12th of April. So was that in that period where you were still making your mind up as to whether he was the right person for the job?
It's when I had made a decision that at that point he was the front-running candidate and the right person for the job. But as I described before, I had some nervousness around that appointment and I was sense checking.
So if you had nervousness, at this point you've already explored it with Minister Ayres, or is this conversation with the Secretary of the DPC is happening in parallel?
As per our discussion earlier, there were a number of check-in points with Minister Ayres prior to this phone call.
And so you phoned the Secretary?
I did.
That was your choice?
Yes.
And did you provide any prior notice to him as to what you were calling, or you just called him up because he was a secretary?
He was secretary and I'm a secretary, yeah, just gave him a call.
Yeah. And this happened on the 12th, you say?
Yes, I cross-checked, that's when I made the phone call.
Okay, how long was the phone call?
Minutes, less than 5.
Okay, and was this the only time you had a conversation with Mr Coates-Trotter?
No, so I had mentioned in passing with Mr Coates-Trotter that Mr Barilaro had applied for the job around the time when he did apply for the job, and Mr Coates-Trotter expressed some surprise, and then we went through the interview process. Mr Barilaro was the preferred candidate. I was nervous about it and checking in with my responsible minister, and I decided to phone Mr Coates-Trotter and explicitly let him know that it was looking like it would go that way.
So do you recall what you said to Mr Coates-Trotter?
I said something along the lines of, Mr Barilaro is the successful candidate from the recruitment process. I'm nervous about it. I wonder if you might want to check in with your minister.
Check in with who?
The Premier.
Okay, sorry, and this was on the 12th?
Yes.
So you called the Secretary of DPC, said you were nervous about it. Before we get to the request you made for him to check within the Premier, what did the Secretary of DPC say back?
No, it was nothing of substance, more of a, oh, I see. Sorry, it's hard to convey the tone.
Did he agree to undertake to check with the Premier?
He just said, leave it with me. He didn't say what he was going to do necessarily.
Okay, and then after that conversation on the 12th, did you have any additional conversations with the Secretary of DPC?
I think I have one-to-ones with the Secretary of DPC, as is customary because he's head of the public service. I suspect at my next one-to-one, but I can't put my finger on the date. Since then, Minister Ayres has given evidence that he did speak himself with, he said in question time that he spoke with Premier Perrottet on the 30th of April. At about that time, I said to Mr Coutts-Trotter, is there anything I need to know that would dissuade me from going that way in terms of appointing Mr Barilaro?
Would have been at one of your one-on-one meetings with Mr Coutts-Trotter?
Beg your pardon?
This would have been at one of your one-on-ones?
Yes.
And this was towards the end of April, is that the case?
I would suspect so, because I have them fortnightly, so
Sure.
12th of April somewhere.
Probably at the next meeting you had. Is that fair?
Yes, that's right. It was very front of my mind.
And why was it front of your mind?
Because it was during April, we had a lot going on as a department trying to establish ourselves. It was a very stressful time for me and for particularly my direct reports. And I was also concerned about appointing Mr Barilaro to the role of Stick Americas.
As one of the first decisions of the department?
Yeah.
Clearly?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And so, I'm sorry, I may have just momentarily forgotten, but you said that is there anything I need to know, or words to that effect?
Yes, I said, is there anything that you wish to tell me that would dissuade me from making that decision?
What did Mr Coutts try to say about
I think he shrugged and said no.
Okay. Did you make any inquiries with him as to whether or not he did actually have that conversation with the Premier?
No, I didn't ask for the detail behind the feedback.
But basically, Secretary Brown, is it a fair summation of events that you were nervous about the appointment because you anticipated that it could lead to some public controversy?
Yes.
As a result of that nervousness, separate from the process you were undertaking with Minister Ayres, you also initiated contact with the Secretary of DPC?
Yes.
You expressed that nervousness to him?
Yes.
You asked him to make an inquiry in with the Premier?
I suggested that he may wish to.
And he said some words to the effect of, leave it with me?
Yes.
And then at your next meeting, it was at the forefront of your mind to effectively get a reply to that request?
Yes.
And you sought that reply? And the reply was nothing to worry about, or words to that effect?
It was less than it was different from nothing to worry about. It was more, I'm not going to tell you anything to stop it going ahead.
Okay.
Like,
can I?
A bit as though he was resigned to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And at any other point, were you given any indication of the Premier's view about this matter?
No.
By the Secretary or by others?
The only discussion that I was given very passing feedback on that would have involved the Premier is the discussion at Strategy Committee of Cabinet.
What were you told?
Minister Ayres said, I mentioned it, something along the lines of, I mentioned it to my colleagues at Stratco, which is what they refer to that committee as, and so they're aware, something like that.
Secretary, I don't want to digress too much. I have a habit of doing that, but
No.
Indeed. What is Stratco?
It's a subcommittee of Cabinet that, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this.
Well, no, I asked because it's not in the Cabinet Practice Manual. In fact, I have no idea what it is. So whether it's Cabinet or not is a really good question.
Yes.
But do you know what it is?
Not really. I think it's a meeting between some of the more senior members of the government.
Have you ever appeared at a meeting of Stratco?
No, it's not. It doesn't seem to be a formal meeting that has public servants appearing to make submissions or advise or anything like that.
Secretary, I ask this because there is a very formal, well-defined process for Cabinet that requires Cabinet submissions to be produced, logged, put into an IT system, allow other people to view it, allow the Premier and ultimately the Cabinet Office or DPC to decide the agenda. That's accurate, correct?
Correct.
Do any of those procedures apply to Stratco that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. I assume that some level of minutes might be taken, but nothing that involves submissions or decisions.
And just to be clear here, You say that there was a reference to a meeting of the Stratco in which Minister Ayres had made some form of a disclosure, correct? Did I hear you correctly when you said that?
Yes, that's what I was told.
By Minister Ayres?
Yes.
And did he tell you what he disclosed?
No.
What did he say?
I think he just said they had a conversation and now the relevant ministers are aware.
Aware of what? That
Mr Barilaro will be appointed to the position of Stick Americas.
Okay. So presumably that must have taken place sometime. When do you know when did you have that conversation with Minister Ayres?
I can't be certain, other than to say somewhere between the 4th of May and the 12th of May. I felt like any conversations that needed to be had to ensure that I was comfortable in confidently making my decision had occurred, and that's when I instructed Ms Bell to commence contract negotiations with Mr Barilaro on the 23rd.
Okay, so your decision to instruct Ms Bell to commence the contract negotiations arose after you were confident that something called a Stratco, or a strategy committee that consists of the senior-most members of the government, were told that John Barilaro was likely to be the preferred candidate.
Yes.
And the fact that that Minister Ayres then came back to you and didn't express any, well, did he express or indicate to you that any member of the Stratco opposed that decision?
He didn't go into any detail. I think he just said good to go.
He said good to go, or words to that effect, or good to go?
Yeah.
Sometime between the 4th and 12th of May.
I think so, yes.
And with that, with the Minister Ayres telling you it was good to go, that's what gave you confidence to instruct your subordinate to commence the contract negotiations?
Yes. To enact my decision to appoint Mr Barilaro.
Yes. So you were keeping your decision open in the event that opposition had emerged anywhere within the government to what you anticipated could be a decision associated with some controversy?
It's more that if Minister Ayres had informed me that the decision was, when he raised the decision, it was particularly controversial or caused a material negative reaction amongst his colleagues, that would then have some level of influence on my ability to make that decision, because, as I said, at this point, the sticks were in a bit of a grey area in terms of public sector appointments versus ministerial appointments.
Secretary, do you have any idea who the members of Stratco are?
Not that I've ever been officially told. I can guess because I believe it's the senior minister. Yeah, it would be a matter for DPC.
As to who Stratco is?
Yeah.
Sure, okay. Fair enough. But this wasn't a minuted discussion of any form that you're aware of?
Not that I ever had visibility of, no.
Okay. But it obviously played a key role in your decision-making, because it was the final check, for want of a better term, that was required before you issued an instruction to commence contract negotiations?
It was my final check.
Okay, so the final check before you tell Ms Bell, just so I'm abundantly clear, so Minister Ayres came back to you and said, a discussion was had at Stratco, all good to go?
Yep.
Okay. Can I just clarify one more matter in respect to the Secretary of DPC, which we've had some allusion to earlier? On page 44 of the tender bundle, you don't mind going back to that?
Yep.
You just see here, there's this line that says, given the shortlist for NY, I think MCT is critical. That, to be fair, is not your words, Secretary Brown. That's the words of Ms Bell.
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Ms Bell about that?
No, that was Ms Bell's view. I had the same view, and I phoned Mr Cootes-Trotter to say, would you like to be on the interview panel for Stick Americas?
And just to be clear here, putting aside any issues to do with Mr Cootes-Trotter, but just to be clear here, Tim Reardon, when he was the Secretary at DPC, certainly appeared on, I think, either the Tokyo or the London panel, did he not?
Both.
Both? Jim Betts was at the time the incoming Secretary, appeared on the panel that led to the recommendation of Ms West in the Americas position,
That is correct.
So to some degree it was customary and usual for the Secretary of DPC to be on those panels?
Yes.
But
in
to be
both
fair,
those instances,
Investment New South Wales was in the cluster, correct?
that's the one. Yeah.
Yes, I thought so. Sorry, but clearly you also, why did you think it was critical that he'd be in that panel?
Because I knew that the position of Stick Americas, well, firstly, we'd already had a process and that hadn't worked out. So it was already a little bit controversial. Then we had an applicant who was previously a minister, and there was a high degree of interest in the outcome of the process, and I didn't want to necessarily stand behind it alone.
Okay, so you needed some cover. Is that correct, Ms Brown?
Some wise counsel from a colleague who has more experience than I do.
Can I just, did you raise the issue of just the lack of clarity in relation to whether these were ministerial appointments or public service? I mean, you've talked a lot about that today. Like, did you ever seek any clarity in relation to that?
I did. I can't remember where the email is. There's a reference in one of the emails where I say, I just want to be 100% sure that email. That's actually referring to the fact that there'd been the original 27 September cabinet decision. There'd been a period of time when we weren't sure whether it was going to be implemented. Then Minister Ayres went to Stratco and I heard, so I'm told, informed them that he was going to delay implementation. But even at that point, I wanted to make sure I had delegated authority to make the decision. That's quite far into the process.
Because it was very confused, and the fact that it went to Stratco meant that it never went to cabinet, in the more formal way in which you believed it, well, given the previous decision made by the cabinet, that it would have.
That's right, and being ex-premier in cabinet, and I like to own the position of secretary and own my decisions, and know that I have the right delegated authority and I'm making the right decision in the right circumstances. So, for example, that check-in during November was still just, I would have loved to have seen it written down.
Anyway, look, just to close out this line of questioning, you requested the participation of the Secretary of DPC in the selection process. We know that he did not participate. When did you become aware that request was declined?
I telephoned him probably about the time of that email, I assume, and said, would you like to join the panel for Stick Americas? I told him that Mr Barilaro had applied, for context, and he said, do you know who actually would be a better panel co-member is Katharina Lowe, and I agreed. So I didn't hesitate to telephone Katharina and ask her to join me.
Okay. John?
I might just return very briefly to an issue we were talking about before. That was that of the informal referees, just briefly. You named Minister Ayres as one of the informal referees. The question was asked, but we didn't quite conclude that discussion about how was any of this documented, the informal referee process, other than in the one email that refers to it that we've already talked about?
No documentation was made in terms of the meeting that Ms Cole had with the Minister, or I believe Ms Bell made some phone calls to her contacts in the industry and checked out a couple of things, but that's a question for her. I didn't go into too much detail with her, but nothing was documented.
So there's no notes of these meetings or discussions held by the agency?
Correct.
And even though this is a public sector recruitment process, normally they'd be even more tightly documented.
Yeah.
There's no, and these formed part of that, there's no, in that public sector recruitment process, there's no record of these
Yes.
discussions?
Yeah, so, I mean, because these recruitment processes are exempt from a number of provisions under the Government Sector Employment Act, it places them in a slightly unusual position relative to more standard recruitment processes.
Well, I agreed with your first characterisation of Section 10 of 10A,
Yeah.
Although it wouldn't exempt you from the usual public sector requirements that all of these processes are documented, or all the applicants are treated equally. Would you agree with that?
That is a principle of ethics, so yes, I do agree with you.
And were there informal referees applied to all 4 of the candidates who were on the shortlist and were interviewed?
It's not unusual when you have candidates who have a lot of business and other experience and you know people who've worked with in the past to check in, or to get unsolicited calls even, from people wishing to endorse them. That's very common, actually, when it comes to any role of this seniority.
And is there any record of the names of the informal referees who applied, separate to notes about the discussions?
No.
No. Thank you.
Can I just ask, Ms Brown, did you use that informal referees process for any of the other stick positions?
Yes.
Our time's expired.
So we've had the first recruitment round, which I identified a preferred female candidate for the role. We have the second recruitment round, which also appears to have identified a preferred candidate who was female for the round, for that process, according to the first selection report that landed on your desk, and the capabilities that she was assessed by and the ranking. Yet Mr Barilaro was offered the position. Are you worried about how this whole process looks to other senior women in the public service?
I'm worried about how this process looks more broadly in terms of the amount of inaccuracies and oversight that occurred in the documentation process. And I'm concerned that combined with this amount of public scrutiny will deter high-performing talent, including women from the private sector, from ever wanting to apply for public service roles, let alone internal.
And what was the manner by which, for example, Minister Ayres was informed about the fact that obviously there's the government's target of increasing the proportion of women in senior leadership roles, which I assume still stands, in the New South Wales government sector to 50% by 2025. Was the minister? Did you speak to the minister about that?
Yes, it was the subject of much discussion, and he's a big advocate of 50-50 female leadership in the public service. And I think if you look at the leadership of Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade and our cluster agencies, it's fairly healthy when it comes to female leaders, which is something I'm very proud of. I did talk to the minister about the fact that the first 4 appointments were all male. And when we were shortlisting, for Stick Americas, we wanted to make sure that the majority of the shortlist was female, and I was really pushing, and indeed even in round 1 of Stick Americas, we were really pushing for a female to be the preferred candidate. The tone of that change, we didn't think we'd be able to get a female as Stick for Greater China. However, fortunately, we did manage to get a preferred candidate who was female for the Greater China position, and I feel that eased pressure somewhat on the gender lens for Stick Americas.
Because I think most people lots of women who are following this would certainly be right to at least feel that it's very much jobs for the boys, this whole saga. Is that how you would describe it?
It's not for me to express an opinion, but that is certainly the commentary I've seen in the media, yes.
And particularly if we have an informal referee who is the minister. So the Minister Ayres is an informal referee for the male candidate who didn't, in the first selection panel, seem to match the preferred female candidate's qualifications, yet he has his informal referee is the minister who the preferred female candidate, if you like, has to meet. How does that sit with you ethically how is that independent in any way, this process?
One comment I would make is that the minister was an informal referee for Ms Cole. It was...
For Mr Barilaro, the minister being an informal referee for Mr Barilaro? Or was he an informal referee for Ms Cole?
No, sorry, I thought you meant that the meet and greet with Ms Cole constituted an informal referee.
No.
Okay, sorry.
No, I'm drawing parallels between the fact that Mr Ayres was for Mr Barilaro.
From his comments that said, if a trade minister can't represent New South Wales when it comes to trade, I don't know who can. Yeah, that's right.
So, you can just, sure.
Is that actually what the minister said?
I think that, well, when we discussed this earlier, I said he said that given that Minister Barilaro was the trade minister, he has a good level of skills and experience that could be very useful.
And that was the informal reference?
If that's how you interpret it.
And just to clarify in terms of the timeline, this was back in December, is that right? Or...
I think that was when we sat down and discussed it closer to January, closer to when Mr Barilaro actually applied.
Okay, so closer to the January period.
Yeah.
And so just in terms of that whole fair process, making sure that every applicant has is treated fairly and equally in a recruitment process.
Yeah.
Did you raise it with anybody, your concern that Minister Ayres was clearly kind of advocating for Mr Barilaro to you by what you've just indicated, and then the second shortlisted candidate, the female candidate, has to meet with that very person and he has to decide whether she is fit for the job or not. You mustn't have had much, Percy, you mustn't have had much hope that she was going to pass pass that test.
Firstly, that scenario that you've just outlined would never occur on a normal recruitment process that I would be running for any public service, for any public sector job, my general counsel or my chief people officer or any of the above. The stick roles were in a very unusual category because I had chosen to take a pragmatic view that when they became ministerial appointments, I wanted them to still stand. So it did create an unusual scenario where I wanted the person to be able to have the confidence of the minister in a more explicit way. I want everyone to have the confidence of the minister, but in a more explicit way than one would usually. And so the minister meeting that candidate and me observing the meeting was actually really important to my decision.
So the assessment then that was undertaken against this, New South Wales public sector capability framework was really kind of all for show in some ways. Did it really matter what this said ultimately? Because the decision was made, wasn't it?
No, for show's the wrong word. I mean, these roles are exempt from that framework, and we tried to run as a robust process as we possibly could, despite the Section 10A exemption. But because of the nature of the roles that I've been characterising throughout this evidence, it meant that there was an extra level of views inputted that are not normally.
Okay, I'll leave it there and go back to your position for now.
Thank you, Chair. How much time do we have?
11.
11? Great, perfect time. Can I just table some further documents, if that's possible, and provide to the witness and to the other committee members too? Just spend a bit of time just clearing up this issue around the conversion, if possible. That's for the witness. Thank you. And then we'll pass this to the chair through the government. Yeah, that's
Mr Mookie, can I just correct the record while you're doing that?
Please
It's
do.
relevant.
Please do.
So, with the question as to whether whether the Mr Barilaro appointment was discussed at Cabinet, at Strategy Committee of Cabinet, it is a formal Cabinet committee, and the agenda and decisions are distributed via e-Cabinet, but I've been advised that Mr Barilaro's appointment did not go to the Strategy Committee.
okay, but you were told by Minister Ayres that he took it there.
I think, on reflection, I was told by Minister Ayres that he discussed it with his colleagues, but it seems it was not part of the formal agenda, or it would have been.
Okay, so it was captured, well, but you were clearly told around the 4th to the 12th of May, sometime in that period, that
Some conversation occurred.
But
Yeah.
not the formal appointment.
Not the formal
Not formal, yes, which is
understood.
aligns with all our other evidence that
Yes.
these appointments don't go to Cabinet.
just to be very clear, you effectively inferred from that Minister Ayres had discussed this with the senior-most members of the government and it was still good to go.
Something along those lines, yes.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Brown, do you have that document?
Oh, which one, sorry?
I think it's that one. Yeah. Do forgive us for not being able to mark this one. It's come in overnight. But I think it's appropriate that we start from the bottom of page 2, if that's okay. Yeah, probably the best way to start. Just in respect to this particular note, you can see that this is a series of correspondence that includes you. That is from Miss Bell to you and to the General Counsel and to your Chief of Staff.
Yeah.
And I believe that's your Chief Operating Officer, or?
Yes, Ms Braid?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just being careful to refer to them by their
she doesn't
title. But you can see here, Ms Bell says, "Hi all, I received this tonight from the Minister's office via Carla. The Minister's office is seeking a brief on how we should implement the recent Cabinet decision to appoint the sticks via statutory appointments and is seeking our guidance on whether we would have legislation ready for the third sitting week. Not sure when this is. We have not progressed this as I thought we were moving to appoint them directly via contractual agreement while we awaited feedback from the Minister on how we would like to tackle the Cabinet decision, if at all." You see that part?
Yeah, I remember this. Yep.
Yep. If you can go up, just to the next chain, you reply. Clearly you had to spend some, to be clear to Miss Bell, that email was sent at 10:30 at night. And then you can see you're replying at 8:30 in the morning the next day. And it turns out in the intervening 10 hours, you've managed to get to the bottom of it because you say, "Hi again, right, I've gotten to the bottom of it." And it looks like someone was reading some notes that were 2 months out of date. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And you say that this was discussed in Cabinet last night.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
It's basically the same scenario as I just said before.
But just to be clear, Stratco as opposed to full Cabinet?
Stratco, yes, which is a formal subcommittee of Cabinet, but no submission was taken to that committee or decision recorded with respect to this matter, but it seems perhaps it was discussed between Minister Ayres and his colleagues. I don't know if it's part of any other business or...
But just to be clear here,
Yeah.
the Cabinet discussion, which must have taken place on Monday the 8th of November, because Cabinet usually, I think at that time, was meeting on Monday evenings, which probably is what catalysed the Minister's office to contact Miss Bell, or at least that's an inference which one could draw. You weren't producing or asked to produce any Cabinet submission or update on the conversion?
No, I just think the notes were really out of date.
Got it?
Yeah.
Let's go up. To be fair, Ms Brown, you do conclude by saying, could you please reach out to the MO, which I assume means Ministry Office, and set them straight,
Yeah.
which I think someone did.
Yeah.
Because if you go back onto the first page,
Yeah.
someone, I think it's your Chief of Staff, makes a comment as an example of what may arise on other issues that may be outdated or progressed. You see that? Just go up to the top, if you don't mind. This is a person who is emailing from a ministerial address.
Yes.
I won't name the person, but it's they conclude at minister.nsw.gov.au.
Yep.
I presume that is a member of Mr. Ayres' staff?
Yes.
I presume, I can only infer that that's probably the person who contacted Miss Bell, given he says, apologies for the miscommunication. You see that?
That's right.
Here's the thing that's a bit more unusual. It says here the PO, which I assume means Premier's Office,
Yes.
had the proposed legislation on their list for introduction in the next couple of weeks, which set the hounds running. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you know why the Premier's Office thought that legislation was to be introduced in the next couple of weeks, which apparently set the hounds running?
It's a question for them. But from what I know, when the decision was made on the 27th of September, and there was a action to commence the drafting of legislation, it would have been put on a list. And despite the fact there was a change in direction after the cabinet was reconstituted, it was never taken off the list. So I think it was more an administrative matter that people were saying, what is this and why is it here? And no one could really answer the question because of staff turnover in that office.
In which office?
Minister's office.
Sorry, just because Minister Ayres' office?
Correct, yes.
Right, and that reference to staff turnover is in the next paragraph, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And can I just, but to clear here, who had the obligation to tell the Premier's Office? Was that yours or the Minister's?
The Minister's office should have told the Premier's office about the new...
Okay. So the reason why the Premier's Office felt as of 9 November 2021, or until this was cleared up on 9 November 2021, that legislation was forthcoming to convert these into ministerial appointments was because the Minister had not told them otherwise. Is that fair?
The Minister's office... I can't make that assertion. It's perhaps that the Minister's office, they may have told the Premier's office, but they might not have told the right person to then delete it from the list. I don't know how their communication
For want of a better term, you can't make the assertion, but to be very clear here, I'm making a view that the reason why there was this confusion is because someone from representing the Minister or the Minister themselves had failed to inform the Premier's office that legislation wasn't forthcoming.
Or at least that person in the Premier's office who was in charge of the list. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And just to be clear here, you told us last time that you appeared that you were having weekly meetings with Minister Ayres in his office, or fortnightly, pretty regular?
Weekly.
And did they have a fixed agenda by any chance, or?
We did have an agenda. Still do.
I presume that including in that agenda is compliance with cabinet decisions?
We have it's not quite like that. It's not quite articulated like that, no.
Fair enough. But the Minister was the Minister for Trade from 5th October till this morning, correct?
Right.
It's roughly 10 months.
Yeah.
That's 10 by 4, roughly 40 weekly meetings. Is that about right? Maybe a bit less?
The odd public holiday. They're on a Monday.
Fair. Well, deducting public holidays, it's fair to say that we've had 25 to 35 weekly meetings. How many of those meetings was in how many of those 25 to 35 meetings did you have a discussion with the Minister about converting these to ministerial positions and progressing the legislation that Cabinet had expected?
I think once the Minister told me, shortly after the 8th of November, that we were going to defer implementation of that until after we'd finished Tranche 1 of Global New South Wales, which is the international footprint that you're all already aware of, we didn't discuss it again because that was a standing instruction.
Okay, so discussion had effectively ceased of the actual conversion about 5 weeks in to the Minister's tenure.
Is that about
5th of October to the 9th of November works out to be about that time. Rounding up, actually, but about 5 weeks into the tenure, this proposal is all but dropped by Minister Ayres as an item of business that he wishes to pursue with you. Is that fair?
That's my impression.
Fair enough. And as a result of that failure, you were left in a state of purgatory, as I described it earlier, between expecting at some point a ministerial conversion, but never knowing when precisely. Is that fair?
It had an element of that, yes.
Yes. But just to be very clear here, the Minister was maintaining a close and direct interest in the process around the selection of the America's position, but he wasn't actually acquitting his responsibility to the Cabinet to implement their decisions.
his responsibility to the cabinet is a matter for him. But as far as I was impacted by it, I was continuing with GSE appointments, and I was not clear when we were ever going to prepare legislation to implement the cabinet decision.
And discussion had all but ceased of that particular question 5 weeks into his tenure as minister.
That's right.
Thank you. How much more time do we have? I might stop and go to government time because there's no point launching next.
Well, look, I'll just pick up on that point, Ms Brown, from that bundle that Mr Mookie provided you with. There's an email from you starting on page 1, at the bottom of page 1, going over to page 2. Now, you say on that...
Sorry, which, is it this one?
Yes, the email you've just been provided by Mr Mookie. Yep.
I'll just take a point of order.
Yeah, okay, point of order's been taken.
I just need to conclude. At what point does the government get time, or is it the case of, is it the last 15 minutes at the end, or I'm not going to
It's supposed to be the last 15 minutes at the end.
How about I just ask this question and we revert back to you? Is that all right?
That's fine. I was just checking.
It just sort of flows on from what you were talking about. So, and starting at the top of page 2, you've got, looks like Vicky was reading Beck's notes that are 2 months out of date. I'm worried we're going to be sent on a few wild goose chases like this because Beck wrote a handful of notes and the rest of the MO are left to try and make sense of them. This was discussed in Cabinet last night. The sticks are remaining as public servants employed under the GSE Act as per the original plan, i.e. the budget estimates note I spoke to last week is exactly right. There's no legislation to be drafted and no briefing note to be prepared. Isn't that pretty clear in terms of what was happening, that there was actually a further determination of Cabinet that as Cabinet had changed, that these stick appointments were to remain as under the GSE Act?
So there was no determination of Cabinet and no decision of Cabinet, or I would have been provided with it. There was so much confusion amongst my staff, my hardworking staff, and the ministerial office about this. I felt I need to say something very equivocal. So whilst perhaps to myself and Ms Bell and a few people who are senior enough to kind of be able to follow the bouncy ball as to what's going on, I would have said the sticks are remaining public servants employed under the GSE Act for the foreseeable future, or for now, or until global tranche 1 has been rolled out. And so we're deferring the commencement of drafting legislation. But there's so much confusion, I just had to put a stake in the ground and say, can everybody please stop thinking about legislation, because we're not doing it at this point. Okay. And we need to just be clear on our approval chains here.
And so just with respect to that, while this may have popped its head up on that list within the Premier's office, it seems a little bit like the left and the right hand didn't know exactly what was going on at that stage. Did that ever appear again as a piece of legislation or something that was intended or discussed?
In terms of what I have visibility of, that was the last of it.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the opposition, 20 minutes.
Thank you. We might ask the Secretary to please turn to page 279 of the tender bundle, if that's possible, which is the draft selection report. Tell me when you're ready, Secretary.
Sideways.
Don't worry, I'm having as much fun turning the pages as you are, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, Secretary, you see, we've had some discussions about this draft report. I think the Chair was asking you about this a bit earlier. I'm not planning to necessarily cover the same ground, but we can establish from this that at least the draft that was produced by NGS showed that Ms Cole, which we've established, is a person who exceeds all criteria, and Mr Barilaro is a person who exceeds 2 of them. You see that? And then I think that there's another intervention that comes around the 28th of May, in which there's some changes made. And then there's a version of the report that's finally agreed to by the panel members on the 15th of June. That's correct?
Right, that's right.
So in the process of that time, there's an evolution here. And look, I accept, Secretary, you've explained the factors, which is why I'm not going to cover that ground again, that led to that being upgraded. But what I'm interested in is this the only incidence in which a candidate has had their scores upgraded in respect to any of the stick positions?
Sorry, is this the only instance where a candidate has had their scores, did you say altered?
Not altered, adjusted. It's probably the more neutral verb when it comes to a sixth position in a selection panel process.
I cannot be certain of that, but I would say, and I think the Chair has covered a bit of it in her questioning, because the scores were never explicitly discussed criteria by criteria or marked by each person and then pulled together to form some sort of a consensus. The NGS Global sort of took it upon themselves, I don't mean that in a bad way, to score everybody. And in my view, firstly, send me versions of a report that I never asked for, and document scores that we never actually agreed on.
Secretary, I think I may have phrased my question wrong, so I might just rephrase it. Has there been an incident where a person has been appointed to a stick position who was not the preferred candidate?
That I've been involved with? No.
Okay. Has there been a situation in which a person has been appointed to a stick position who wasn't a shortlisted candidate?
I believe I don't have visibility of the process that occurred inside New South Wales Treasury for the first 2 appointments, for example. But I understand that they had to have a couple of goes at one of those processes as well. So that's why I don't want to hand on heart say that's never happened before.
Okay, so which process are you aware that New South Wales Treasury had to have a couple of goes about?
I believe it was the Agent General.
The Agent General in London?
Yep.
And just to be very clear here, I think we went over this, must have been at a budget estimates hearing as to why we call that person an Agent General.
Yes.
And I don't want to repeat that because I'm not going to lie, I like the British honour system, but it's a bit vague to me. But nevertheless, they're called the Agent General system because that's because. But they're a stick. They're a senior trade and investment commissioner as well, correct?
Yes, other than some sort of reciprocity between Australia and the UK that elevates them to Agent General. In terms of their job description, they're a stick.
Okay, got it. So we call them an Agent General, but their job description is a stick.
Yes.
Thank you. And who is the Agent General?
Mr. Stephen Cartwright.
Fair enough. And you say that, or is you aware that in the process that was undertaken by Treasury, he may not have been the preferred candidate? Is that the...
My understanding is that they had a first go at the shortlisting and interview process. There was a front-running candidate, and a view was taken that that person was not acceptable for the Agent General role. They ended up taking another job with us, actually, and they're very good. So it was a good outcome in the end, but they had to then seek recommendations for this.
The view was taken by whom?
I'm not sure precisely. Secretary Pratt was running the process, so I don't know what discussions he had.
To be clear in time, this process was being undertaken towards the end of sometime in Q1 2021. Is that fair?
So it recommenced in late 2020. It was led by Ms. West, but Mr. Pratt was the secretary and was on the panel as well.
So the first process for the Agent General position wraps up and there's no suitable candidate found. Is that fair?
I can't, I'm not able to give very much detail because I wasn't involved. The process was transferred to me once Mr. Cartwright had been identified as the preferred candidate and reference checks were underway and contract negotiations.
How was Mr. Cartwright identified? Because I can't see any repeat of a process. There's no ads called for it. It's not reopened.
I do believe he was added to the process late, after interviews had been conducted.
How was he added to the process?
I'm not entirely sure of the process. I just know that he was recommended into the process by Secretary Pratt and considered late, and then was the preferred candidate or the successful candidate.
So
Secretary Pratt would, at that point, in terms of who had responsibility for this, Mr Perrottet is the Treasurer and the Cluster Lead.
Yes.
And Mr Barilaro is the Deputy Premier and Trade Minister, is that correct?
That's right.
You believe that Mr Pratt would have had conversations with those two ministers in relation to this appointment?
I can't provide any knowledge or understanding on that. The only bit I was privy to was that just in contract negotiations with Mr Cartwright, I got the impression that he felt he had some sort of an elevated status.
Sorry, let me just go step by step. So the process transfers to you upon the formation of Investment New South Wales, correct?
Yes.
That Investment New South Wales is announced, I think, so I remember I was in the budget estimates hearing. In February? I was at the AFR Business Summit.
The date that you were created?
29th of March 2021.
Yep, but you were announced earlier, correct?
Yes.
But you were formally created 29th March, correct?
Yes.
And then upon the creation, you took staff from Treasury who were previously involved, correct?
That's right.
That included Miss West, correct?
That's right.
And then, therefore, you then took responsibility for the selection process of the Agent General at that point in time?
Yes.
And it was your job to finish off the negotiations?
Yes, Miss West had carriage of negotiations, but I was an escalation point, so to speak.
But you end up being the employer like you were for the other positions?
That's right.
And so, at this point, Mr Cartwright had already been identified as the preferred candidate?
Yes.
But he didn't go through the application process, or at least at the same time as others did?
There was just some... he was considered, he applied, he was a successful candidate. There was just a...
Sorry, he was considered by whom and when?
By the panel, by the hiring panel. I just know that they conducted a round of interviews. Someone was first-ranked candidate, and then Mr Cartwright got considered later.
Then you have to commence or complete contract negotiations, correct?
That's right.
And then sometime in that process, you reached the conclusion that Mr Cartwright felt he had an elevated status, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you mean by elevated status?
And NGS Global was still involved at this point. The contract negotiations with him as to his base salary package and cost of living allowance and so on, it was quite difficult. That's why it kept being escalated to me as CEO at that time.
We've established that Mr Cartwright got a cost of living allowance to the tune of about 112, and in fact, we had quite a lot of discussions because we thought that the New York position may have been on a similar one, and you clarified that last time.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. So they were the two issues that were that were the difficult contract issues to be resolved, were they?
Predominantly, yes. What's the base salary and what's the cost of living?
And sorry, I interrupted you.
And super arrangements as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of... trying to do any international contract negotiations are difficult because everybody has different tax rules, super, and so on. This one just seemed particularly heightened and protracted.
Okay, so heightened, protracted, and in part because perhaps certainly you had the view as his counterparty that Mr Cartwright had a sense of elevated status.
Yeah.
I did rudely interrupt you when you were explaining what else gave you the impression of elevated status.
He would, if things were getting too difficult, he seemed to be find it a bit of a go-to statement to say that he would go to the Deputy Premier or the Premier.
Sorry?
When negotiations got particularly difficult, he said, well, I'll just escalate this to the Deputy Premier or the Premier.
So he pulled rank on you, or he tried to, is what you're describing,
He didn't succeed.
Secretary Brown. I'm sure he did. But hang on, let me just, sorry. He told you, what did he tell you, email you, or he told you that if things get too difficult, I'm going to go see the Deputy Premier or the Premier?
One of the reasons I'm forthcoming is he said it on a Teams call with multiple people, so you could probably ask some of my colleagues and get the same answer, yes.
Oh, who was on the call?
My general counsel is the only person I can confirm was on the call.
That's Mr Carr? Or was it Mr Carr at Investment New South Wales at this point in time?
Yes, yes, because like I said, they were protracted.
Okay.
discussions.
So, but there are other people who you do not recall who were on that call.
Yes, you could test with Ms Bell, but I can't confirm. But
Is it possible, perhaps, you might be able to make inquiries now as to who was on that call? And then on balance, if you don't mind taking it on notice?
certainly.
So, in the course of these protracted negotiations, and when you say protracted, what do you mean by protracted?
Whenever we felt we had the contract settled, there would be more disputes raised as to whether or not the package was sufficient.
Okay, and when you said that he, I'm going to use the verb threatened. Is that an unreasonable verb to use?
Sorry, I
Or suggested or said? Probably, let's say said.
Let's say said.
He said that he'd go to the Deputy Premier or the Premier. Which Premier are you referring to? Sorry. The current Premier or the former Premier?
I'll take it on notice in terms of when that comment was made on a Teams call so that I could just confirm when it was said, because it's been a long journey.
Oh, it has.
And it actually straddles between prior to 5th of October 2021 and after 5th of October 2021.
So, sorry, when was the point where the Agent General, well, no, actually, to be fair, when was the point the candidate Cartwright told you, when was his Teams call? Do you have a call?
She just said she was going to clarify.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that, Secretary Brown.
Yeah.
But when you say protracted, over how many months was this negotiation with the Agent General candidate taking place?
I believe the contract negotiations took many months. It was a bit confusing because he started in the role on Monday 26th of July. He was announced on the 1st of October and then he went offshore sometime after that. So I believe some of the contention was around what entitlements he was entitled to while he was still living here in Australia, and which parts of his package that relate to his overseas status are payable or not payable depending on where he's living.
Okay, and it took many months to resolve this to a position that was at least satisfactory to him?
Yes.
Was the final position satisfactory to you?
Yes.
Was it your preferred position?
That's not pretty a fair question, is it?
Well, no, it's in contract.
I think we have an aligned understanding.
Okay, but at some point in that protracted conversations or negotiations, he says to you that I'll take it to the Deputy Premier or the Premier, words to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you respond?
I think I said good luck, but it's not going to change my mind.
Okay.
Did he ever escalate it to the Premier or the Deputy Premier?
Not that I know of. Okay.
But did you infer from that there was a possibility that he had already had conversations with the Deputy Premier or the Premier?
Possibility, but I can't conclude.
Or did you have to alter your behaviour in any way, shape or form to account for that possibility?
No.
Okay. So do you think it was it a display of ego or on behalf of the Agent General candidate, or was it, something which was highly unusual that in a job interview, well, let me put it this way, has any of the other candidates for stick positions in any negotiations ever said to you that they, in the matter of a dispute, that they would seek the intervention of the Deputy Premier or the Premier?
Absolutely not.
The only time this has happened in respect to any of the 6 successful stick candidates was in respect to Mr. Cartwright. Is that fair? He's the only person who said words to that effect.
In my experience.
Sorry, can I just seek some clarification? I don't want to interrupt your,
Sorry, Wes, I'm fine.
Questioning.
Yep,
but
please.
Noting obviously that we have terms of reference, I'm not quite sure.
Is this a point of order through me, Wes, as opposed to a conversation with Mr. Mookie? Maybe it's best just to direct directed through the Chair, if you can.
In that respect then, Chair, yes. The point of order is I'm not quite sure how this relates to the terms of reference for the inquiry.
No, there is no point of order, Mr. Fang. I know where you're going. There is no point of order. This is absolutely relevant to what we're examining.
We're well outside the terms of reference now.
There is no point of order. Mr. Mookie, continue.
Thank you, Chair. I think where I was at was the only incidents in which such a comment was ever made to you was by Mr. Cartwright, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can I, sorry, I think I may have already asked you this, but I might just ask you again. Did you infer from that Mr. Cartwright did have a sense that he had a direct relationship with the Deputy Premier and the Premier?
Yes, I got that sense.
And what was Mr. Cartwright's role before, or as he was the applicant?
He was CEO of Business New South Wales. I think it was called the New South Wales Business Chamber then.
And is it the case that there's a reasonable likelihood that his relationship with those two figures arose from that particular role?
Yes.
And look, to be fair to Mr. Cartwright, and to be fair to the Deputy Premier and the Premier, I mean, I have relationships with Business New South Wales, we all do. They're a prominent organisation in the state. But just to be clear, at this point, had he stepped down from that role?
Yes.
So he was ex-Business New South Wales at this point in time?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so he wasn't the serving CEO?
No.
But at that point, it was clear that there was an impression being formed that the relationship that he had in presumably a professional capacity had been carried over?
That was inferred.
And therefore he felt that he had the ability to call up or otherwise seek their intervention?
Yes.
And how did that make you feel?
It's not unusual for people to, throw their toys out the pram and threaten to go to a minister. For me, when I know I'm on solid ground that something is my decision and I am the employer, I hold the employee functions for these roles, then I don't get too rattled by the fact that people can complain to people at the ministerial level because, as per the point of all this, they can't direct me.
And this was all witnessed by other members of your staff?
Some of them were, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, did this particular conversation perhaps leave you with the impression that to proceed with Mr. Cartwright's employment might create some difficulties for you as his manager or his leader?
I would just take it all in my stride. I think when you have this portfolio, you have very senior people around the world. Sometimes they seem a little bit ambassadorial in nature. They're mixing with people from other states who perhaps are ministerial appointments. It's a very, very different space, and I'm getting used to it fairly quickly. Yeah.
Indeed. But the outcome of this negotiation is that the Agent General gets a cost of living allowance that's above $100,000, correct?
Yep.
Is that higher than all the other candidates?
Yes.
The next highest would be circa 70-ish?
I'd have to take it on notice and get advice as to what I can provide.
But it's fair to say it's well above, correct?
It's the highest.
Yes. And you had to trigger some form of is it a sort determination? We went through some of this, I think, in estimates.
Yeah, we did. So the base salary is within Band 3 for sort.
And probably should spell out the acronym, Secretary Brown. SORT. I don't know what it is.
Senior Officers Review Tribunal.
Is it Senior Officers
Something
Remuneration, I would
Remuneration Tribunal?
Remuneration in it.
Here we go. We're guessing at acronyms. That's great.
I think everybody was struggling with that.
Yeah.
Well, we've sorted that one out.
Hallelujah.
So, Secretary, you had to seek a sort determination?
No, I did not seek a sort determination because the base salary was within Band 3.
Okay. So what was SORT's role?
SORT didn't have a role.
Right. And so you had the authority to agree to that package on your own?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you benchmarked it to the Mercer thing? I think we established this last time.
Yes, there was Mercer benchmarking undertaken with respect to cost of living, but Agent General role is a little different. The others have a Mercer benchmark with respect to different cost differentials between the two locations, such as what we discussed in the last hearing around Americas, and then reimbursement for relocation, whereas this has actual certain living costs essentially paid for by New South Wales Government.
Do we cover the Agent General's accommodation?
Yes.
Can you just explain to us the other arrangements beyond the salary of that position? What's the situation in relation to super? What does the living away from home allowance cover?
Yeah, I'll have to take the details on notice. The person who knows this intimately is Ms. Bell. So she would absolutely be able to tell you, or I can take it on notice in the interim.
Can I just jump in with a question on this as well? Just the person that ranked highly to begin with, that was identified as potentially the best out of the initial recruitment process for this. Were they, what gender were they?
Male.
Okay.
Yeah, good question.
The date that it's announced that Mr. Cartwright is the Agent General is 1 October, is that correct?
That's right.
And on 1 October is the day Gladys Berejiklian resigns, is it not?
Yes, and the trade statement was launched.
Yes, we went through that before.
That day.
Don't forget.
Yep. In the morning, I remember it.
And was there a minister present at the announcement of Mr. Cartwright?
Yes, it was, so I was there, Mr. Cartwright, Treasurer Perrottet, and Deputy Premier Barilaro.
Okay. And at that point, had the negotiations been wrapped up?
Yes, the negotiations have been wrapped up, but there was still some contention around interpretation of the contract, so it was still live.
It was still live. So, okay. Just in respect to the issues surrounding the Agent General, did you ever have a conversation with Secretary Pratt in which he indicated to you why he came to the view that he was the preferred person?
No, I didn't.
Do you ever get any explanation from Treasury as to why or how Mr. Cartwright became live in the process and successful at the end of it?
No, the only person who relayed the happenings to me was Ms. West, who said, oh, you know, he was a late entrant and some, you know, here we are.
When you say that the process was being run by Mr. Pratt, to be fair to Mr. Pratt, he was also the Secretary of the Department, correct?
Yeah, so it's being run by Ms. West and Mr. Pratt was her secretary.
Yes. And he was also, in effect, acting as the formal employer as you were as Secretary now, correct?
That's right.
And it was probable that perhaps he was relying on other members of the Treasury to assist him in this process?
Yes, that's understandable.
But equally, the whole development of the Global New South Wales strategy took place at the commencement of this government's current term, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the process, the white paper, well, I'm not even sure you call it a white paper, that's probably not the right way of technically describing it, but the strategy was developed in 2019 by Treasury, correct?
Beg your pardon, sorry?
The actual Global New South Wales strategy was commissioned by Treasurer Perrottet, was that correct? And to be fair, he said he did. There's a press release announcing it.
Great, yes. It was announced by former
Asking questions you already know the answers to.
Yes, it was remarkable. And then equally, I recall asking Secretary Pratt with my colleague Mr. Secord about this at the 2019 estimates round, highlights. But it was quite clear that the Global New South Wales strategy was being developed by Treasury. That's a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And specifically, the recruitment by Treasury of these positions in London and Japan, I think, were the two that were decided to be the lead positions, correct? The first positions to be recruited?
Yes.
And that decision was made by Treasury?
Yes.
At any point, did Secretary Pratt tell you that he was having discussions with the then Treasurer about these appointments?
No, well, I was part of Premier and Cabinet and had quite a different mandate, so I wasn't really engaging with Secretary Pratt very much on it until basically until Premier Berejiklian decided to establish Investment New South Wales and we were having talks about which parts of Treasury would come across. That's when I became involved.
Okay, but it wouldn't be unusual that Secretary Pratt and the Treasurer, or to be fair, whoever his minister was, it would be reasonable to infer that they're likely to have had at least some discussions about the process and the role, correct? Because that would be standard. Yes.
I assume so.
Can I just ask, at this point in time, prior to the formation of Investment New South Wales, there was a Trade Minister, wasn't there? That was Mr Barilaro.
Yeah, that's right.
Which department was supporting him?
Treasury.
So he was at this point supported by the Treasury.
Yes.
So it's also the possibility that Secretary Pratt was also talking to then Deputy Premier and Trade Minister Barilaro at that same point in time, correct?
That makes sense.
Is it totally possible that the then Deputy Premier told Secretary Pratt that Stephen Cartwright could be a good person for this job?
It's not for me to opine.
Has anyone ever said that to you?
Has anyone ever suggested how he got onto that list?
Secretary, you have to verbally respond.
Has anyone ever suggested to you how Mr Cartwright became a late entrant onto the list?
No. You could potentially ask Ms Bell, who was in Treasury at the time.
Okay. But just to be clear here, was he? Do you know whether or not he was a captain's pick by either the Treasurer or the Deputy Premier?
I can't know that. I can't say.
We can break, yeah. So what we might do now, Ms Brown and members, is have a 15-minute break. So it's 3:10 just for afternoon tea. So let's come back at 3:25. Thank you. All right. Okay, welcome back, and we are kicking off again with, for this last afternoon session, with questions from the opposition. Ms Courtney Houssos.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just tabling a newspaper article, and while it's brought to you, I just wanted to ask another follow-up question on this informal reference process. You did say you used it in the other stick appointments. Did you go to any ministers when you used it in the other stick appointments?
I did not.
So that, just to be clear, the only time you went for an informal reference check to a minister was for the New York posting?
Yes, for the others it was just people in the business community.
Okay, thanks very much. So I've just tabled a copy of an article in the Daily Telegraph which talked about Kerry Chikarovsky to be considered for the New York Trade Commissioner role. Did Ms Chikarovsky apply for the role?
I'm reluctant to confirm details of applicants for jobs, particularly where they were not ultimately offered the job for fear of deterring other people from applying for public sector roles. I don't know if I'm obliged to answer, but that's my position.
Well, no, I think you are obliged to provide an answer. I mean, this was obviously publicly reported.
So we've provided the documents to the LC already that have the details of the candidates. So
I'm not asking you about those documents. I'm asking you about this report in the newspaper, which said that Ms Chikarovsky was considered for the role.
Am I able to take it on notice or seek advice as to whether or not I can answer?
Well, we'll just take a point of order. Okay. Ms Brown is able to take a question on notice, and so if she's unclear as to her responsibilities to privacy, etc., then it's obviously annotated by her the reasons why she's taking it on notice, and that she will have the procedural fairness of providing an answer within 21 days.
I think that the witness can take the question on notice if she doesn't have anything that she is able to give the committee now in terms of your response to the question.
That's correct.
Can we then perhaps ask some additional or different questions?
Yeah. Rephrase the question and see.
Well, let's just work through the article, if it's possible. Just to be clear here, this is an article that's published on the 23rd of July, which is no longer this month. So it's about 10 days ago, I think. It's on the Saturday Telegraph. It says here, the lead sentence is, senior New South Wales government ministers secretly floated having former Liberal leader Kerry Chikarovsky or someone of her calibre appointed to the now infamous New York Trade Commissioner role. Are you aware of senior government... Well, firstly, did any senior government minister secretly float that with you?
No.
Okay. It says here, the discussions occurred prior to former Deputy Premier John Barilaro bringing to Cabinet a submission to change the state's new roles. Now, Secretary Brown, to be fair, this is my statement, right? It's not, but to be very clear here, one of the obvious questions which I think we do look forward to asking Minister Barilaro was, if he wanted to change it to a political appointment, who did he want to appoint? And then we have a fear that says that it was Ms Chikarovsky. This discussion took place prior to Ms Chikarovsky. Now, the natural implication of that was the reason why there was a change was in order to facilitate the appointment of someone like Kerry Chikarovsky or of her calibre, to be clear. And so that's part of the reasons why we're asking the questions here.
Are we going to get to the point?
Yes, the question is, at the time that you were having conversations with the Deputy Premier's office about the conversion of the role, at any point was Kerry Chikarovsky's name mentioned?
Mentioned to me as someone...
To you or to anyone you're aware of who's a part of your agency, department, cluster?
No.
Was it used... Was it discussed? Were there specific individuals who were discussed as people who may be appointed under the new regime?
No.
You're going to turn the page where you blocked me from...
To the extent to which discussion was had about converting them to political appointments, did it occur to anybody in your department or agency to ask, does the government have a view as to who they would like to be appointing if it was to become a political appointment?
No, it was the Minister for Trade's submission that he took to Cabinet, and I didn't have much interaction with him, so it wasn't something that I, tested with him on the way to walking to a meeting or something. We had very little interaction, so there wasn't the opportunity for me to test that even if I wanted to, and his office didn't mention any particular individual.
So, look,
Don't jump over that page. No,
as
go back to
as
that
the
page.
Deputy President has pointed out, the next paragraph of this just says, or at least one of the additional paragraphs says, there is no suggestion that Ms Chikarovsky was aware that she was a prospective candidate.
Right.
Which is fair
Not quite the
at
paragraph
this
I was
point in
talking
time.
about.
But I think part of the reasons why there's some inquiries now about whether or not she did apply is because it would raise questions as to whether or not anyone in the government had a conversation with her to encourage her to reply. Are you aware of any government soliciting candidates, any member of the government soliciting candidates to put forward to the process you had to run?
No, not that anyone told me.
Well, in any application that may or may not have been made by this particular or prospective candidate, as it's described here, was there any, any reference made to any such discussions that you're aware of?
No one had any conversation with me endorsing Ms Chikarovsky for a stick position or otherwise.
Did anyone give you a heads up that she might apply?
No.
Just to be clear here, when you have taken it on notice to see whether or not it's capable of providing an answer, is the reason you've taken on notice and the advice that you're likely to seek as to whether or not in providing an answer to this question, you may be breaching a privilege rule?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Brown, you said earlier that then Minister Ayres had said to you that he had text messaged the application to Mr Barilaro like he would for anyone. Did he raise any other names with you that he had texted it to?
No.
Okay. Did he raise any other names with you about people to give you a heads up that they might be applying?
No.
So it's only Mr Barilaro that he raised? Okay. I'm happy if you want to take these on notice, given that you've taken the early ones on notice. If Ms Chikarovsky did apply, are you able to tell us on what date the application was received?
I'll take it on notice.
And if she was shortlisted?
Notice.
And who her references were?
Certainly, I'll take it on notice.
Thanks very much. I'll pass back to my colleagues.
I wanted to ask you about referees. I know in the selection reports for Mr Barilaro that there's reference to the referee checks, and there is also emails that have talked about, the referees being important. Can I just confirm who the referees for Mr Barilaro were? Are you able to tell me that?
I took that on notice last time.
Yes, that's right. That's why I'm coming back to it. Yep.
And it would be captured with the documents that we have already provided in relation to the recruitment process.
Sure, but let's be clear, there are documents here that, for example, say that there was a referee check done with the Australian ambassador, that would be Mr Arthur Sinodinos, so that's already public.
Okay.
And there's been speculation about the others. I am asking you directly who were the referees for Mr Barilaro?
I will have to take it on notice.
But you do know who they are?
Can I just... Sorry.
It's covered by the documents that has been provided to the LC already.
Yes, well, as I said, the documents provided to the LC already identify Mr Sinodinos, so I'm saying that this is a different situation, and and so we asked previously about Mr Barnes.
Yep.
Can you confirm that Mr Barnes was a referee for Mr Barilaro?
I'll take it on notice so that I can, similarly to the other one, check the privilege claim.
Did ask you last time?
No.
And it's been taken on notice.
Well, there's been some changes to
Secretary,
privilege claims over the time.
you make the point, Secretary, that the Investment New South Wales has furnished the upper house with many documents. I heard you correctly?
Yes.
One of those documents shows that Gary Barnes was interviewed as a referee check. In fact, I haven't got the document to hand, but it actually establishes the diary. It's a diary extract, actually, that confirms that he was interviewed.
That was provided by Mr Barnes to the committee.
Well, provided, to be fair, by Regional New South Wales.
Yes, to the House.
To the committee, coming from the Department of Regional New South Wales by way of contact as part of their return. So, and I think that that's such a... From memory, I'm sure someone might find that document and bring it down. That reference check would have taken place, I think, sometime in April or May, from recall. So we can infer that Gary Barnes was interviewed for someone. Was it for Miss Cole?
I need to take it on notice so that I can take advice.
Okay, can I ask you to turn to page 216 of the tender bundle?
Okay.
So this is the selection report of 28 May 2022. You see that at the top?
Yes.
Just to be very clear, the selection report 28 May 2022 is my addition to the document, just to identify it by time because it's not disclosed otherwise, but that is, if you align the number with the index return, you'll see that that is the date that it's been produced.
Okay.
You see here that this is the first version of the selection report in which Mr. Barilaro's rating upgraded compared to the draft report that was produced in March. You see that right at the top? The highlighted part that says meets, that's the thing that's changed.
Yes.
Okay? If you go down to the bottom, you see that there's another highlighted section.
Yeah.
You'll have to strain your eyes, but it says this. The panel came to the view that following a review of references, that John had relevant capabilities and experience for the role. While he had not worked internationally and would have a learning curve, he had a strong track record of building teams, as well as operating in dynamic environment and deep understanding of the New South Wales trade and investment environment. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, part of the reason why, and look, to be very clear here, that's a very different statement to the statement that's contained at the bottom of the 25 March version. It's remarkably different, but nevertheless, it does say here that the panel came to the view that following a review of references, so that John had relevant capabilities. Now, clearly, I presume the references had some weight in the panel's deliberations.
Yes.
And in fact, that's unsurprising given that one of the references we've established is from the Australian High Commissioner to the High Commissioner, the Ambassador,
Australian Ambassador
to the United States, Arthur Sinodinos, whose name would obviously carry some weight, I presume, for an America's position.
Precisely.
Yes, and equally, it says that following a review of references. Now, we've established from the regional New South Wales return that certainly Gary Barnes was interviewed for a reference check for someone who at this point could only have been Kimberly Cole or John Barilaro. So I presume some weight was attached to the view of the Secretary.
I'll take that on notice as per my
Can I just
earlier
confirm?
answer,
Yep, that's fine. Can I just confirm, when you're seeking references for people,
Okay.
Are you looking for, I assume that you're looking for different categories of people, so people who have perhaps been their boss, people that they have worked with, people, can you just explain us to that in terms of who you without identifying people, who you identify?
Yeah, it's exactly as you've articulated, Ms Sharp. It's a 360-degree referee check.
Yep.
So that involves kind of colleagues or peers, people who've reported to that person, and people who that person, I don't know, have
worked with, managed, or perhaps been the boss of, so someone who's been
close colleague, business. It's varied, and that's part of the point. Yes.
Some additional information has come to light which may assist Secretary Brown. Unfortunately, I only have one copy of it, so I might read it and then pass it to you if you don't mind. This is an email that is between a representative or an executive officer at NGS Global and Mr. Gary Barnes, that is dated Thursday, March 17, 2022, 1:27 p.m. Subject is referee check time question mark. Says this: good afternoon, Gary. You have been nominated as a referee for John Barilaro. I'm hoping that you may be available for 15 minutes via phone for a referee check with Dr. Marianne Broadband at NGS Global. To which it goes on, and then you can see a reply from Mr. Barnes at 2:30. So about an hour. In fact, an hour and 3 minutes later, or hour, 2 minutes and 5 seconds to be precise. Thanks, Lane. A person will be able to find a time that works. And then in addition to that, turns out they do find a time that works. The referee check for Mr. Barilaro takes place at 22 March 2022 for 15 minutes. I might just provide the witness with those copies so she can see for herself. No, the question is would you like some 5 seconds to read the document?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. So this is now clarifying, to be very clear, precisely where we're getting this information from. So it's not privileged, that is returned.
And this has been returned?
It has been returned.
Yes.
So we can ascertain, you can see the index number at the top, I think, about the public return. So we can ascertain now that Mr. Sinodinos was one of the referees, and we can ascertain now that Mr. Barnes was the other. But there was a third, was there?
I don't know.
Okay. But
I
either
assume
way...
so.
Or you don't know, are you taking it on notice?
I don't know for certain, but I'll take on notice.
Thank you.
Can I just check, when you were signing off on Mr. Barilaro, did you read the reference reports? I mean, given that in the selection panel it's very clear that references were very important.
Yes.
So they're part of the process. So do you read the full referee reports?
We do read the referee reports, yes.
When you say we, who do you
As in
mean?
all members of the panel, they get distributed.
And so, I mean, while you're not, I accept where you're at in terms of not wanting to identify them and that you're getting advice about that. Are you able to tell us what the referees, the indications in the referees about why they were so influential and why they convinced you that Mr. Barilaro was the important person for the job?
I mean, I think it is what has been articulated in the reference, in the panel report itself, around Mr. Barilaro.
About 6 versions of that.
Yes, that's right. We'll go with the final one. So they attested to his superior knowledge of New South Wales's industry strengths and capabilities, extensive network within government, business that can be used to facilitate trade and investment. His referees attested to that experience, knowledge and networks. It was all backed up by the reference checks, yes.
But Secretary, the thing is, right, that line that I read to you from the 28 May version, the panel came to the view that following a review of references that John had relevant capabilities. That certainly seems to be the principal basis upon which Mr. Barilaro has his ratings upgraded. But that actual line, the panel came to the view following a review of references, is omitted from the final report. It's not in the final report. It's taken out. Look, I accept that. I don't know whether that was, well, firstly, was that a change that you sought?
That was a change that I didn't seek and it wasn't drawn to my attention. But the final panel reports were settled between Kylie Bell and NGS Global.
Indeed. But this is where it gets a bit more interesting, right? If you don't mind, I might just take you to page... you'll have to forgive me here. The reference number that I think we would want towards the 200s, 294 probably is where it is. Yes, 294, if you don't mind. So, look, I'll be very clear here, Secretary Brown, I'm not making any inferences, but there's just a bit of confusion about all this, because you can see here that on page 294, you can see here that this takes place just down the bottom. You see there's a highlighted section.
Yep.
You see that the date of that email is Friday the 10th of June.
Yes.
That's a day after Mr. Barilaro signs his contract, correct?
Yes.
And you can see here that this is what catalyses the process that leads to the panel members signing the final report. You see here that someone by the name of, well, I don't think that person identifies their title, so I'm just going to have to rate their name, but someone like...
Chief People Officer?
Right, the Chief People Officer
Yep.
of Investment New South Wales contacts the lead recruiter at NGS Global and says, is there an updated panel report following John now being preferred? Do you see that?
Yes.
Go up, you say up there that the recruiter replies to the Chief People Officer, yes, this is the one sent to Amy previously. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go up, just to the attachments, the selection panel report, Stick America's 2204_draft_V2, you see that?
Yep.
That's not the 28 May report. That's actually the March report. Right, so the version that is sent to everybody from the 10th onwards isn't the one that contains the reference report. It's actually the one that you've now said was basically prepared in error. And that's the version that gets. If you go over the page, you can see that what the lead recruiter has done, sorry, down the bottom of page 294 is probably the right way of saying it. You can see that what the lead recruiter has done is she's forwarded the email.
Yeah. She's forwarded the wrong email.
To Miss Chief People Officer.
Yeah.
From the March report. You see that?
Yeah.
And you can see over the page on page 295.
Yeah, I can see it.
Attached is a draft selection report panel for the Americas role.
Yeah. And she forwarded it to my chief. She forwarded the one that was unauthorised and did not reflect the interview deliberations to my Chief People Officer as if it was the final one, when it's not even the final one, it's not even the updated one.
Well, at this point, what I inferred from this, Secretary Brown, was that that was what the recruiter thought was the most recent version of the report. And that's the one that they sent, which could be fair to, as you were saying, they've probably done this in error.
She's just mixed up the reports because she sent me one on the 28th of May.
But that 28th May report that
And she says that this is the one sent to Amy previously, like it's...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you can see that, right? She's clearly forwarded you a version, but the problem is, right, there's no evidence that the 28th May report ever goes to any other member of the panel. There's none. Like, there's no correspondence whatsoever that's been produced to the House that shows anyone had forwarded the 28 May report to the panel members.
Yeah, and the one that was sent around was the 15 June report.
The one that contains the references.
Yeah.
That apparently leads to the upgrading of Mr. Barilaro's score. So the issue is, right, is on the 28 May report, there's a report that says as a result of the reference check, Mr. Barilaro is effectively a good candidate, and on that basis it's upgraded.
Okay.
And it says that that is the view of the panel. But there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that that report was ever actually sent to the panel.
Mm-mm. So that report I gave to Kylie Bell, and I said, Ms. Bell, and I said, could you please check that this reflects the discussions we've been having about Mr. Barilaro and factors in his reference checks and informal reference checks, and so that we can finalise it and get it around to the panel. And I left it with Ms. Bell, and she felt that it didn't quite reflect everything, and so she was then left to settle the report with NGS Global, and then ended up being the report that was 15th of June that got sent around to everyone.
Indeed. But just to be very clear here, are you aware of whether or not the 28th May report was ever sent to the other panel members?
I was never told that it was.
Okay, so it's a bit of an orphan report.
It's an orphan report, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no... I mean, if we were to ask Miss Lowe, as she appears, whether she saw it, it's not fair to Miss Lowe to suggest that she hadn't, because she may never have been sent it. That's fair?
That's fair. I expect she'd say she hasn't seen it.
Indeed. If we can just go forward, please, in time. Well, not in time, in pages. You can see...
Which page?
I'm just about to get there. You can see, if you go to page 298...
Yep.
This is the email in which you confirm the final version of the report. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Go forward to the next page, page 299.
Yep.
This is a page. This is an email from Miss Lowe in which she confirms she agrees to the final report. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then the final report is on page... No, that's not the final report, that's the attachment. then if you go to page 302, you can see this is from the independent member of the panel, which is the Honourable Warwick Smith. And it's got out, and I'm sorry if it's not highlighted. It says here, thanks for chat. I have read the summation. I agree that Jay Barilaro is the preferred candidate of those panel interviewed. You see that?
Yeah.
You know, what was the chat that was had with Mr. Smith that day?
So I believe that the executive officer of NGS Global was just phoning him to chase him up on whether or not he was satisfied with its contents and happy to sign it. There was no conversation that day about the substance of the report. It was an admin assistant.
So, okay, thank you. Issue is that the 25 March report, was that ever sent to Mr. Smith?
No.
And the 28 May report was never sent to him either?
No.
And so the only time he sees the report is on the 15th of June. Is that correct? Because that's the only time we can see that it was sent to him.
That's my understanding. It might be worth just confirming with Ms. Bell that she didn't send him anything that I was unaware of, but...
So the only time Mr. Warwick... Well, actually, let me first ask the same questions of Ms. Lowe. Was Ms. Lowe ever sent the draft report?
Not that I'm aware.
And she wasn't, to the best of your knowledge, sent the 28 May report?
Not that I'm aware.
So the only report she said is the final report?
That's my understanding.
Well, what becomes the final report is probably a better way of putting it.
Yes.
And so, and that is sent to the two of them 5 days after Mr. Barilaro had signed his statement, signed his contract, correct?
Yes.
And 2 days before it's publicly announced.
Yes.
Okay. And can I just say then, as a result, the panel members were never really saw a report in which the criticisms were contained of Mr. Well, yes, I would say criticisms. The negative reflections on Mr. Barilaro's candidacy were contained in the March report. They never saw those words, did they?
No, because I didn't feel that they were an accurate reflection of the discussion.
And you've established that throughout today, Secretary Brown. But equally, they never saw the reference in the 28th May report in which the referees, which apparently were a key reason for the ratings change, they never saw that either, correct?
They never saw the referees, or they never saw the... They saw the referees. Okay. You're saying they never saw that version of the report that referred to the referees?
Yes, they didn't have it. Yes. Okay.
That's my understanding.
And then equally, they are asked to sign the final report 5 days after Mr. Barilaro has signed his contract, correct? What would have happened if they said, no, we don't like the report?
Well, we'd had multiple conversations that they were satisfied with Mr. Barilaro as the preferred candidate for the Americas. So I was not expecting anyone to not sign the report. It was a matter of the paperwork catching up with the reality. And at this time, the department's paperwork left something to be desired.
Daniel, do you mind if I just ask what I think is the obvious follow-up question to that?
Yeah, that's true. I've got no issues with that. I should just point out, before you do, Mr. Deputy President, that, sorry, I'm just now reading the attachment. It does say that in the release, the version that was sent to Ms. Lowe does contain the language that was contained on the 28 May report. Following review of references, John had relevant capabilities for the role. It's not exact language, but a similar language.
Okay.
Just to be clear to correct the record.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Brown, if Mr. Smith and Ms. Lowe did not see the previous draft reports, but were only provided the final report,
that's right.
If what was contained within those reports did not reflect the I guess, deliberations of the committee prior to that point and the decision that was made, they would have had no hesitation in, I guess, citing that and objecting to not only signing the report, but actually saying the report was not a reflection of the panel and the subsequent deliberations, correct?
They're strong professionals, and I put them on the panel for a reason. Yep.
But just to be clear, they didn't see the original report that had Mr. Barilaro as number 2
I know,
and the changes in relation to the capabilities. They never saw that. They only saw the final worked through version.
I understand. NGS Global, though, should never have sent me a report without my instruction or meeting with me to discuss how the conversations unfolded. That's not how these recruitment processes are normally undertaken. That was a unilateral decision on a recruitment firm to send me a report I didn't ask for.
And it's still your evidence as well that did not reflect what the panel discussion was.
That's how I felt. That's why I didn't send it anywhere. I don't know why they...
But it was circulated.
You guys can come back to this in 15 minutes.
Yeah, government members, this is going beyond one or two questions. Yes, but you said one. You said a follow-up question, so let's just go back to the opposition.
But ultimately, Secretary, the version that is catalyses on the 10th of June that is sent from the recruiter to Ms Bell again is the draft from the 25th March version. We've established that. So we've now established that's been an error.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Just to be clear here, though, do you understand, asking the panel members to potentially, and I say asking, I don't mean you personally, but for the agency to be asking panel members to be citing a report 5 days after a person already entered into a contract would have put them into a real position of difficulty, wouldn't it? Would have certainly have heightened the consequences of their refusal.
It was not ideal.
So what had happened?
So, I mean, the initial delay, which I suggested in my last evidence, was Katharina was on leave for the entirety of May, so that takes us up to June. But to be honest, there was just a high degree of disorganisation around it.
Okay. Fair enough. Just to be clear, this report was produced 28 May, so presumably 2 days before Ms Lowe's leave ended, but you'd say it's basically disorganisation.
Okay. Combination, yeah.
I'm going to move to another matter, if you don't mind. Just some minor matters arising from some witnesses who have told us previously, who have come and seen us. Can I just, please, can we go to page 257 of the tender bundle? Ms Brown, you might recall previously we were asking you questions around the Deputy Premier's office, the then Deputy Premier's office, seeking a brief urgently as to the role of the Americas office.
Yep.
I'm not going to repeat that from earlier rounds because that evidence is now on the record. Firstly, you can see that on page 257, you approve a brief for the Deputy Premier on the 5th of August 2021, which I think is a Friday.
Yep.
Yep. And then that is the one that is sent. And you can see what the attachments are.
Yes, that's right.
If you just go forward to page 259.
Yep.
Sorry, I was wrong on my days. It was a Thursday the 5th, but Friday the 6th. You see now that I think it's your Chief of Staff at that time sends the actual brief to Mr Brayford in the Deputy Premier's office.
Yep.
You see that?
Yes.
So we can establish that Mr Brayford now got it at Friday the 6th of August at 9:05 a.m.
Yes.
Yep. And equally, just going forward, we got a page 268. You can see that's where the Deputy Premier signs the brief.
That's right.
Was there a kerfuffle over that brief?
Not that I'm aware of. It's my Chief of Staff engaging with the Deputy Premier's office directly. I had phoned the Deputy Premier to give him a heads up that it was on its way.
Okay. Can you go to page 263? You there?
Yes.
Down the bottom, we'll just start at the bottom. You can see Mr Brayford emails your Chief of Staff, 11 August, 9:25 a.m. the Deputy Premier has approved the briefing attached. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then you just go up,
Yep.
and then your Chief of Staff replies at 1:27, "Hi, Joseph, confirming as per our phone conversation that this brief is now nullified and we will delete all copies in our records. A new brief will come through today with amended wording." Do you know why the brief was nullified and why all copies were to be deleted?
No, but I will seek advice. That's the first time I've seen that.
Okay, can we go forward to page 262? At the bottom
Sorry, I
here?
do know. Beg your pardon, Mr. Mookie. I remember
Yeah, we'll
this
get
now.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we?
You want me? Yeah.
We will get there. Just so you can give the answer at the appropriate time. But you can just see that a revised brief is attached and is resent at 6:46 p.m.
Yeah.
Then you just go up. I don't know who this person is. It's an executive officer in your office, I think. It says, "Apologies, I've just seen that Amy has already spoken to your office and this is no longer necessary given the DP's approval of the previous version." So you can see there that that's the correspondence from the executive officer in your office to Mr. Brayford again, and your Chief of Staff is CC'd. So clearly, on the course of the same day, some other brief is created and sent, which is then itself set aside, and your executive officer apologises for the kerfuffle. Do you want to shed some light? What was this all about? What was going on?
Yes, I do know. So you'll recall that when the regime was originally established, the process that Treasury had set up that we inherited had the Senior Trade Investment Commissioner approvals going to Cabinet.
Yes.
And then I received advice from one of my learned colleagues in Premier and Cabinet that that was not necessary. In fact, it was inappropriate. So I halted that, and the brief was revised to correct that error, so it removed the reference to the approval going to Cabinet.
Okay, so can you go to page 267?
Yep.
But when you say that there was an error in that it incorrectly reported to the Deputy Premier that it was meant to go to Cabinet, you're referring to the bit at the top, are you? Where it says the Deputy Premier is now invited to endorse the preferred candidate prior to submission to Cabinet.
Yeah, it's those words prior to submission to Cabinet.
Okay. And did you call the Deputy Premier to discuss this with him?
No.
Did you call people
not
at his
the
office?
change or anything like that, no.
Okay. Did you speak to anyone in the office about this?
In the Deputy Premier's office? Yeah, I think it may have been my Chief of Staff, but we would have relayed to the Deputy Premier's office that we'd now received advice that it was inappropriate for these appointments to go to Cabinet.
Okay. Just really quickly, can you go to page 270?
Yep.
This is an email from you to dpcdocs@dpc.nsw.gov.au. Is that the way is that an IT system? Or
Yeah, we were still on their document management system for ages.
So basically that leads to a note being put on the record. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, it says here, I spoke to the DP's office and he doesn't want another brief to sign. Let's assume he's noted the appointment on the basis that he signed the other brief.
Yeah.
And so that's just because you had a conversation with someone in the office and they said, well, it's a minor difficulty and therefore let's move on with our lives.
Correct.
Okay, but then after this, right, we heard from Mr. Brayford that he gets a text message from the Deputy Premier asking him urgently to prepare a Cabinet submission to change the appointment process.
That is true.
Previously, you would recall we were having a conversation at your last appearance about the urgent request for a brief. We've now seen from Mr. Brayford that the urgent request from a brief will result in an urgent text to him to prepare a Cabinet submission that he says he then operationalised with you. Do you have any recall that conversations that you had with him?
When he sought advice on Friday the 3rd of September. So, yeah, that's the conversation you're referring to. And I referred to it in my first evidence, but I stated that I don't know the chain of how Chris Carr was instructed. Is that the part you're referring to?
Well, yes. In part. That is what I'm referring to.
Okay, yes. So I recall that conversation.
Okay, well, what did at that point, did Mr. Brayford ever indicate to you why it was so urgent?
He didn't indicate why it was urgent. Well, everything's urgent with ministerial officers. He simply said the boss wants to know why these are public sector employees rather than appointed by a minister, perhaps not that exact words, but that sentiment. And could you get me some advice on that? And I said, certainly, and my wonderful General Counsel prepared advice over the weekend.
Yep. And can I ask, that cabinet submission was then produced by the department, correct? I'm not asking you to comment on the contents of it, but it was the case that you guys then produced the cabinet submission.
We produced the first draft of the cabinet submission, yes.
Did you produce the final draft?
The cabinet submission is, we produced the first draft, and then it's an iterative process between us and the office suggesting changes. Yep. Chris Carr inputted, Chief Operating Officer inputted, and then the submission itself is then finalised and signed off on by the responsible minister, which is the Deputy Premier at the time.
And were there, again, without necessarily going into the nature of the contents, that iterative process, how many, did it go back and forth? Was it a particularly complex one, or was it a case of you sent the first draft, they took it from there?
I think there was some level of back and forth.
Yeah.
Again, it was my Chief of Staff with the Deputy Premier's office staffer, so I don't know how many iterations there were, but
and where
not
does
too many. It was a fairly simple submission.
Consultation in relation to that minute with other, where in the process does that occur? With either consultation that you did, your department did, or with other ministers' offices? There's normally a process through Cabinet where minutes are circulated, there's input.
Yes.
Because it was a very fast process.
It was a fast process.
Yeah.
So Mr Carr prepared the brief, and that's kind of indicated that the status quo and the reasons for it are clear and changing it is fraught. So that brief was provided to the Deputy Premier's office and also Tim Reardon, who was the Secretary. We were in the DPC cluster at the time. The submission was lodged into Cabinet. I'll just see, I think I have a note somewhere as to whether it was just had one round of comments rather than 2 rounds of comments. I think it was under that accelerated process. And then Department of Premier and Cabinet prepared what's called a blue, you're probably familiar with that term, which is an advice that is provided to the Premier to essentially have in front of her at that time on the public services position on the issue.
Okay. And is it the case that ordinarily cabinet submissions are they're registered in some form of an IT system, are they not? Mm-hmm. And then that gives the opportunity for other departments to see what's being proposed?
That's right.
And that then gives those departments the opportunity to develop their own thinking if they wish to make any comments on that?
That is
And then those comments are then logged into the cabinet system. Mm-hmm. That is then considered by DPC as they prepare a blue, as you describe it?
Yes.
And then ultimately it's scheduled by the Premier as to when it comes to Cabinet?
Yes, the Premier approves items coming on the agenda.
And there are always items that go through quickly, is that correct?
That's right.
And there are other items which can stay on the table for a while, is that correct?
That's right too.
And is it the case that ordinarily, even we would say a median length of a Cabinet submission is at least a couple of weeks?
At least.
At least a couple of weeks? So is it unusual for a Cabinet petition to go from proposal to passage in 10 days? Or sorry, not is it unusual? If a proposal goes from proposal to passage in 10 days, then clearly there's been a decision by government to treat it as an urgent matter. Is that a fair inference?
Yes, urgent or highly sensitive.
Okay. And ordinarily the dialogue about what can get onto Cabinet or not usually takes place between ministers. That's correct?
Yes.
So in order for this to go from proposal to passage in 10 days, it's fair that the ministers would have to have agreed or recommended to the Premier that it be treated that way?
As in Minister Barilaro, yep.
Did you at any point ever provide advice to the Premier's office that it was required to consider this Cabinet submission in 10 days?
No, I didn't provide advice on timeframes.
Okay. And that's because that's the prerogative of the Minister usually, correct?
Yep.
Yes. And so...
Provide other advice to the Premier's office in relation to this minute?
Yes.
What was that?
As in, well, because we're in the DPC cluster, so we were in the Premier and Cabinet cluster, which meant that we were inputting advice both into the blue, but we also, I believe, had a conversation with the Premier's office just to explain the issues to them. They're a little difficult to grasp if you're not familiar with the...
So you suggested that this was a fraught process in your original drafting, but yet in the end Cabinet made a different decision?
Correct.
Just to be clear here, at this point, the General Counsel of the Department of Premier and Cabinet had already, much earlier than this, surfaced issues to do with the choice to bring the Agent General and the Tokyo positions to Cabinet's attention, correct?
As in she had verbally expressed...
And she may well have emailed saying that that wasn't necessarily in accordance with the law.
That's...
At that point in time, that they should have been treated as public service appointments that were at best noted by Cabinet, but not discussed.
I sought that advice from her on the 11th of August. Whether she'd raised it prior to that in verbal interactions, I'm not sure.
So at this point, DPC's leadership is aware that there are complexities to do with the law as it applies to to this proposal, correct?
That is certainly the case.
And it's the case that you would have had discussions with the then Secretary of DPC at the time?
I did.
And did you express, look, there's a lot of changing personnel, but Tim Reardon was the Secretary.
Mr. Reardon, yes.
At this point, he'd announced his departure, but he was still serving in the role, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so you had a discussion with him. Did you flag with him a concern about this particular Cabinet submission?
Yes.
What was your concern?
So it was essentially the content of the advice. I believe I actually had a Teams call with him with my General Counsel just so that we could, set it out as comprehensively as possible, but it's all around, you're aware of these issues, but around the practical and legal implications of conversion, in particular to statutory officers, kind of foreign relations issues, the fact that if they're statutory officers, they're not subject to the direction and control of the Secretary. That makes it very hard to monitor KPIs. It means their staff are on a different arrangement from them, so that creates work health and safety, gives rise to visa issues, and other kind of...
And it requires advice about its accordance with the Constitution of New South Wales, correct?
All of those things, yes.
So it's fair to say it's complicated.
Really complicated. And we're also concerned about compensation claims for unwinding contracts as well.
So ordinarily, such proposals that present such complicated issues, it's fair to say that the ordinary practices of governments is to work through those issues prior to considering it in Cabinet. Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
So despite you raised those concerns with the Secretary of DPC at the time, Mr. Reardon. Did he say anything in reply?
I think he appreciated the issues, but it was for him to brief the then Premier Berejiklian if she wished to be briefed.
Okay, and are you aware of any such briefing took place?
No, I was never confirmed either way as to whether she was briefed.
Okay, but you certainly registered the complexity of the issues with Mr. Reardon in a Teams call.
Yes.
Which means you went out of your way to cause that call to take place?
Yeah, I was quite concerned about it.
Okay, and do you recall when you sort of sought that meeting and when you got that meeting?
It would have potentially not.
Well, I presume it was sometime in September, or between August 11 and September 17, because that's the period in which the Cabinet submission is both created, proposed, and passed.
Yep. Around those time, yes, around that time.
Have you ever sought such a meeting before? In your time as Secretary, or you weren't Secretary,
no,
you were
CEO.
Investment New South Wales.
Yeah.
So at this point, you were CEO of Investment New South Wales for maybe 4 months, 5 months? And any of those 4 or 5 months, have you had any other need to seek an urgent meeting or seek a meeting with the Secretary of the DPC to discuss such issues?
Well, he was Secretary of the principal department that I was accountable to and held my employment contract. So we certainly had regular catch-ups as to how, in particular, the establishment of Investment New South Wales was going, but I don't think I ever alerted him to an urgent issue that I really wanted his attention on in such a manner before.
With the intelligence of the government, can I just have 1 more minute to finish this?
1 minute.
Yep, sure. So just to be clear, that meeting has then happened. Was anybody else attending it other than Mr. Reardon, your General Counsel? Did his General Counsel or anyone else attend that meeting?
I don't think she was. I think she was unavailable, but I don't even know if I can
Can we just take on notice as to whether anybody else was at that meeting?
Yeah, sure.
Look, my only final questions in this matter as I round out my final 30 seconds is, at any point, did you ask the Deputy Premier why it was so urgent for Cabinet to debate this proposal in 10 days?
I never asked that question.
Okay, thank you. Questions from government members?
Thank you very much. Ms Brown, the questions put to you by Mr Mookie with respect to Mr Cartwright and some of the answers you provided with response to that in terms of the Premier and the Deputy Premier and his intention to go to them. I know you took it on notice as to which Premier or Deputy Premier it was at the time, but can I ask, after his posturing, did you ever have any contact from the Premier, Deputy Premier, or from their officers?
With regards to Mr Cartwright's contract?
Employment contract?
No, I did not. So the meeting where he said that he would be going to the Premier was toward the end of October, basically because there was a aspect of his employment contract he was unhappy about, so he sought to renegotiate it. And it was in that meeting with me and my General Counsel that he threatened to go to the Premier.
So in him, at the end of October, so in him saying that he was going to the Premier on it, you never received any communication from the Premier or their office with respect to his contract?
I did not.
Thank you.
And in the end of October, that wouldn't have been Mr Barilaro, would it? Because he resigned on the 4th.
Correct. It was, well, he was referring to Premier Perrottet.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? Sorry, can you just repeat that? I didn't hear that properly.
I was just saying that if it was the end of October, it wouldn't have been Mr Barilaro in the role because he resigned on the 4th.
Yes.
Yes.
And sorry, the witness's reply was?
It was
when Mr Cartwright threatened to go to the Premier, when I was in a meeting with my General Counsel and we were attending to a contractual dispute, he threatened to go to the Premier. And it was the end of October, so it was Premier Perrottet. But I never received any contact from the Premier or his office about it.
Just noting, and I know you took a lot of these questions on notice for a number of reasons, and I'm happy if you do the same with mine, but there was, I'll say, some questions from the opposition about people that might have provided referee testimony for witnesses. Would it be unusual for a secretary or deputy secretary to provide references to people that they've worked with for a senior role, like a Band 3 role, in a normal situation?
Do you mean for people to provide references of people they've worked with closely?
Yes.
Yeah, that's usual. That's normal.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah.
In relation to the previous preferred candidate in round 1,
yes.
Ms West,
Yeah.
Would her referees have likely come from a similar group, i.e., would it have been did she have perhaps secretary or deputy secretary people providing referees for her?
Yep, she did.
So the inference that I can take from the questioning of the opposition that it is somehow inappropriate to be providing referees...
No inferences, just for the record.
Oh, I think you are, but anyway,
We're certainly not like that.
Okay. There is no... it is not unusual for a member to seek to have perhaps a secretary or deputy secretary provide referees, and in fact Ms West herself had a secretary or deputy secretary, or a number of them, listed as referees for her in her application to the 6th role.
Referees of that nature, yes.
Right. Can I turn to the person, unnamed, and I don't know who it is, who was added to the shortlist?
Yes.
Now, there's been much talk about gender. Are you able to tell us the gender of that person? Was it a male or female?
They were female.
So having it was, in effect, the minister green lighting a female to be added to the, or indicating to you that it's less of a issue to have that person's departure from their previous role. It was the female that was being asked to be, well, not asked to be shortlisted, but you decided to shortlist that person.
I think he cited the fact that they were female as an additional reason to put them on the shortlist.
Okay, well,
And just to pick up from that point as well, sorry, Mr. Fang, and because it's been provided to us in publication, can I just clarify that that person wasn't Kerry Chigorowski?
It was not Kerry Chigorowski.
Thank you.
Okay. Just trying to see what else I needed to touch on. I think I'm just going to turn now to the reports that were, I guess, circulated, or not circulated, as we've sort of gone through chapter and verse with Mr. Mookie. The final report that was circulated for signature with the panel members, and I touched on this point without getting to finish the line of questioning earlier. There's obviously been some discussion as to which reports Ms. Lowe might have seen, which reports Mr. Smith might have seen, et cetera, et cetera. But if the report, the final report that was presented to them for signature was not representative of the discussions that were had at the panel level, you don't believe either of them would have had a hesitation in articulating that to you or to NGS Global and refused to have signed that report?
I believe they would have objected in no uncertain terms.
Okay. And noting that there was, I'll say in the first version, a ranking structure that had the other candidate ranked above Mr. Barilaro, whereas the final report obviously had the situation more equalised and in fact reversed. If they were of the opinion that that other candidate had been preferred through the panel phase and the subsequent discussion phase, reference check phase, they would not have signed the report. Is that correct? If they felt that the other candidate was the preferred candidate, they would not be signing the report.
Yes, if they felt that the panel report had the candidates the wrong way round, so to speak, they wouldn't have signed it.
So again, one of the inferences that I take from the way that it's been presented through the media and through this inquiry, that somehow the report has been changed in order to favour Mr. Barilaro. I've been very good at not interjecting.
Don't respond. Just continue, Mr. Fang. Just continue. We have...
very hard to do so when I've got...
Withdraw.
It's not hard to do. There's 7 minutes.
It really is.
Let's go.
Thank you, Chair. If it was, in fact, the circumstance that the first report was indeed reflective of the panel discussions as they existed at the time, and there was another preferred candidate, that they would have insisted that the report be reversed and that the other candidate be preferred, they would not have signed it. That would be a fair assumption to make?
That's my expectation and the reason why I had them on the panel.
Right. So the assumption that's been, I guess, progressed in the media and through the inquiry from the opposition that the report has been changed in order to preference Mr. Barilaro over another candidate is not reflected in the fact that the other panel members signed the final report not having seen the other report, because it indeed reflected what was being discussed at the time and then subsequent to that throughout the referee checking process.
It reflected the reality of the recruitment process, yes.
Right. So we can infer from the evidence that we've now got in front of us and also the context that's been provided that the report previously from NGS Global that was sent to you was incorrect and did not reflect the discussions that were had, and therefore was not accurate, as perhaps has been portrayed in a number of other I will say, areas, such as the media, such as within press conferences and the like, that it was not the it was not the reflective view of the committee?
I gave no instructions to the external recruitment firm to A, prepare, B, circulate to me a report at that time without me having a conversation with them about it, and I certainly didn't instruct them to prepare a report with those ratings.
Do you believe if Mr. Smith or Ms. Lowe was asked or instructed or requested to prefer one candidate over another that they would do so?
Well, Ms. Lowe's the Public Service Commissioner, so that is not within the realms of reality that she would do that, in my view.
Okay. So in that circumstance, the inference that has been applied to not only, I'll say yourself as the lead on the committee, but also the other members of the committee that they've all been complicit in trying to preference one candidate over another is perhaps would impact their standing within the community, given that they are highly respected and would not have complied with any request that was outside the law or natural fairness that would be given to all candidates for the role.
Right, they have the highest standard of integrity.
But to that point, Ms Brown, noting both recruitment processes, phase one, I could describe it that way, and phase two, and recognising the eminent individuals involved in both iterations, is it plausible that anyone could suggest, as has been put in the public domain, that the selection process was effectively rigged and there's been a month-long cover-up? Is that possible, in your view?
Rez did resign today.
Did just have a minister resign.
Would the selection process have been rigged?
My selection reports reflect the reality of the recruitment process for both round one and round two. For particular reasons, I deemed that there was no suitable candidate in round one, as we've discussed. And then in round two, the first ranked candidate, Mr. John Barilaro, reflects the reality of the recruitment process.
I'm just going to draw some parallels quickly in a little bit. How much time do I have left, Chair?
You've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Perfect. That should be just about enough time. I'm going to draw some parallels, Ms Brown.
Coming to a question though, Mr. Fang.
Oh, I'm going to be coming to a question, Ms Fairman. In the first round of the recruitment, there was somebody who was involved in developing the position descriptions, advertising the role, was aware of all the people who applied for the role and who was on the short list, then subsequently decided to apply for the role after they were aware of who the shortlisted candidates were and their strengths and weaknesses, had a number of, or had at least a secretary or deputy secretary as a referee for them, and was subsequently provided the role. In the second round, the former Deputy Premier applied and wasn't aware of who was applying, was not aware of the shortlist, obviously had a number of referees, and we've official, unofficial, and won the role. Given that the Deputy Premier has been, I'll say, so maligned about his role in this, why should it not be the case that the person who was in charge of developing the role, writing the position descriptions, advertising the role, and who was aware of who was on the shortlist, their strengths and weaknesses, should not be equally as maligned, given that they also won the role?
I don't think it's for me to express an opinion.
That's the end of my questioning.
And that's 4:30. Great. So thank you very much, Ms Brown, for attending today. That is the end of our questions and our session. Our committee members may have additional questions for you after the hearing, and this committee has resolved that questions on notice, along with any answers to questions on notice taken today, will be need to get back within 21 days upon receipt of the transcript, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to these questions. Just to inform you as well, however, that because there has been a bundle of documents once again released, that you may be contacted again by the committee to appear again. I did just want to float that with you, just in all transparency, as much as we can. Thank you very much. Okay. That's the end of our hearing.
Thanks for having me.